Hey, what's poppin', Jam Fam? It's me, your host, Omni, along with two of the four members of LGG, because Kate's basically a member at this point. Yeah. Uh, but it's been a crazy night. It's been a crazy week, and there's like a lot to go over. I have the demo for Cairn brought up right now, but I'm thinking I should probably swap over to Sly Cooper because we got like a lot to go over tonight. Um, I guess we'll start over with the game club. I want to ask right off the bat, Julian, did you play Sly at any point in your life? Like, are you going to be part of this conversation, or are you going to be out eating? Oh, hey, Dynasty Warrior. I also buy Dynasty Warriors. Mm. No, not even this week. Well, because you remember, I wasn't a PlayStation kid growing up, so I didn't have these games. So I didn't know if you'd just played Sly. Okay. All right. Let me open up Sly then for a little bit. Yeah. Then let me pull up Sly Cooper and load it real quick. And I'm gonna update my titles. Ah. So while I'm doing this, the question I always ask in terms of game club, Scott, what's your experience with Sly? And if if you bought it that late, are you saying that you bought the PS3 collection, or did you buy a PS2 version? I guess I'm at the boss fight. I forgot I was there. Oh, I remember what happened. I'll explain that later. It's a hideout. Uh, and I might have missed it. You may have mentioned it. How many of the games have you actually completed? Because there's like four of them. Did I not? Sorry, I'm trying to load my saves. Oh my god. Okay, I guess that's just how life is. Okay. Um so my experience with Sly Cooper and the Thievius Raccoonus was with the PlayStation 5. I wasn't a PlayStation kid growing up. Wow, that's loud. I got to turn that down a little bit. Okay. And so I made absolute liberal use of the rewind feature in this game. Uh, yeah, because so for people that aren't aware, Sly Cooper and the Thievius Raccoonus is the first in a catalog of games starring Sly Cooper that originally released on the PlayStation 2. It stars Sly Cooper and his friends as they what ostensibly what their job is that they're thieves of things that are very hard to steal. Like they aren't just pickpocketing people on the street. They're yeah. And the basis of this game is that Sly comes from a lineage of world famous and world accredited thieves, and they've had a you discover that there's been a person or entity that has wanted to bring down their family for generations. And they finally get to Sly Cooper's parents, and they leave Sly Cooper alive so that he can see everything that his family has accomplished be destroyed, like by people. And your job or your mission in this game is to prove yourself as a world-class thief, recollect all the things that all your family stuff that was taken from you, and stop the person who was trying to destroy you and your family. It's done through a third-person action game. It's pretty tight on controls, except it does not give you an option to not have inverted horizontal camera, which really messed me up. I actually was able to get used to it, but you know me, I do my dailies on First Ascendant, and it really messed me up because my brain was thinking left was right and right was left, going between the two of them. It is very annoying, but I was able to not only complete this game, but platinum the fucking thing. Thank you. You don't have to do everything in this game to get the platinum. For people that are familiar with the game, you know that there's time trials. The platinum only requires that you complete 10 of the 20 or so levels for a speed run. I was able to do my 10. I was able to beat the game, and I did all the other little things that you have to do in certain levels, and I got the trophy. It was a pretty fun time. Overall, I'm wildly impressed with the quality of this game. It's really good. It almost feels like it was ahead of its time, and knowing that this was Sucker Punch, I'm not surprised that they were able to tell a story like they did in Ghost of Tsushima, because one of the better parts of Ghost of Tsushima as an open world game is how tight the narrative is, and when there is character stuff happening, it's given weight, given gravitas. And this game in particular has a lot of amazing character, and while the story is kind of rote at, in 2025, like we've seen this all before, it's still presented really well. The only problem that I personally had is the voice actor for Sly is fucking garbage, like Garbaggio. I played the second one. I played through the first. Now that you say that, I think they've replaced Carmelita's voice actor, because she does sound different now that I think about it. The maybe the hippo too, but the turtle is the same for sure. The turtle and Sly, because Sly is the same voice, but he's much better in the second one. He's still pretty bad, but the thing that really kills it for him is if you play this game, the other characters are full of life and emotion. It makes Sly sound like he's just reading lines, cause he has a good voice. It's just that when he's like, maybe because the way that he speaks is like, "Hey Carmelita, it's fancy seeing you here," and then you'll hear his turtle guy be like, "Sly, we've got to go and get the you're gonna die, or you're not gonna make it through the level unless you use your triangle button to turn off the switch for the laser grid." Like, he's full of emotion and whimsy and like character, and Sly's just like, "Don't worry, turtle, I've got this." And like, come on, man. If I can do an impression of you and it's the same, I feel like I'm pretty close. You're not really emoting very well. And if you beat enough of the game, they give you you can unlock a video of the first cutscene, but in Japanese. And even the Japanese voice actor isn't like crazy emotive, but he's better than the English voice actor for sure. Maybe, but like even the and it just comes up. Yeah, because it's way too subtle. It's so even when he's like, "All right, we're gotta go. It's time to hurry." He's still just like that. There's no urgency in his voice. It's very strange. Um, and it's juxtaposed not only by like his turtle friend and the main character, but also the villains. The villains are like this crocodile voodoo lady. She's full of character and life. This panda who I was wildly surprised that it wasn't just a very racist Asian voice. He's just like an actual character. This mobster bulldog, like they have interesting characters, interesting voices. They're all portrayed really well. It's just that this VA for Sly is fucking he's trash. From what you can remember, how because you were playing this game much like a long time ago before like, you know, narratives and characters and all that were quite as sophisticated as they are now. How did you feel when you played this game back when you did? Yeah, for me, a lot of what made this game what impressed me a lot was because you know we played Twisted Metal, we played Spyro, we played a bit of Legend of Dragoon. What really got me with this is the scope that they went to immerse you. Like there's a lot of life in this game. The sneaking is something they didn't really have to do, but there is a system for being aware. Like they had to somehow invent or create a stealth system. They use interesting little sound effects, like when he's doing his sneak steps, like doom doom doom, doom to like let you, the player, know that you've entered another state and there's something that you're trying to accomplish here. Uh, the leveling is yeah, the music is good and atmospheric. Nothing that I'm really humming or remembering, but nothing that really took me out or disappointed me. Sound design is really good though. Like outside of the music, the steps, the jump, the whoosh, 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 like everything feels like it's got impact to it. Yeah, very much so. Yeah, they lean into that presentation of it being like a television show because the start of each new area is Sly Cooper and friends in the something something something, and then it's presented very much like a TV serial, which I thought which plays to my heart because I like that kind of stuff. Yeah, they yeah, that's kind of they in terms of design, I'm happy with that because it feels it kind of feels like like Kingdom Hearts 2 where triangle was your button to do everything. Like it gives the game designer a lot of freedom in doing stuff without overwhelming the player with needing like a lot of dexterity to accomplish things. So I get that. You said something that reminded me of something I didn't like though. But I can't remember what it was. The jump into two things. His powers are almost completely useless. Like some of them. So in terms of gameplay, there's collectibles. You have to collect these little treasure bottles, and if you collect enough, you unlock a code that will let you unlock a safe that's somewhere in the level. And some of them feel like they're absolutely necessary. Some of them feel like there's absolutely no reason for them to be in this game. And I feel like maybe they were included to show off the tech of the PlayStation 2. Like, for example, there's one that slows down time. There's no real reason to slow down time because it slows you down as well. If you're in a fight or if you were making a jump, you can't micro adjust. You're just going the way that you were, like the game was going to go anyway. Um, but then other times you'll get a power where it's like you're invincible to falling into endless pits. You just bounce right back out. It's like, okay, I guess I gotta try and get every single one of these because I never know when one is gonna be great and one is gonna be completely useless. In speedruns, some of the abilities like the roll are helpful, but outside of that, most of the crap you don't need. They're just fun to get, but you never know. You just never know. So I think they could have done a better job with making those feel more relevant. Maybe like give you extra lives or I mean this is again speaking a game from what's like 25, 30 years old at this point. Like I don't yeah, it's a situation where I think it's like Twisted Metal, where I'm really in love with the world and the characters, but I feel like they should probably give it a try and make a new one. Like, we're gonna talk about the state of play later, and to give a little bit of a spoiler, in one of those games they announced Neo 3, and Neo 3 is gonna be now outside of level selection. It's just gonna be an open world, a Sly Cooper in a fully open world where it's sort of like the Arkham games, where you have pockets of gameplay design. Yeah, so I think something like that would work because I think these characters deserve to have a light shine upon them, but I don't know if we'll ever get that because Ghosts of Tsushima and Ghosts of Yote are huge games and they're very well received. So like I don't know if they'll have the desire or time to make a Sly Cooper game, unfortunately. Right. Yeah, if a new Sly Cooper game was announced, I'd be totally for it. Was that the fourth one? The Sly Cooper and the something something. I don't know. I like this game enough that I'm probably gonna go through two, maybe three, depending on how I feel. But I really was surprised by how much I enjoyed this game. It's a throwback, but it doesn't feel handicapped by the systems of the time. It feels very modern in a lot of ways. So I guess timeless is a way, other than the camera. No, for sure. Even Spyro, but Spyro was a PlayStation 1 game, right? Yeah. So that game, for what it was, still held up really well. But this one, I mean, yeah, the level design, the characters, idle animations, particle effects, level design, sound, characters, narrative, music, sound design. I mean, everything is up there. I don't. I would hesitate to call this game a masterpiece or like an absolute must play or anything like that. But it's worth playing. I think so. If you can just get past the inverted horizontal camera, it's absolutely worth playing. yeah, I'm very excited to continue playing this, and this also makes me more excited to continue the game club because we're 4 days in and we haven't decided a game. Do you have any final thought? I mean, I love this. I suggest people play it if you have PlayStation Retro, like the membership. Yeah, you can download this plus the other games. They're all included. I suggest picking it up and get the trophies. Or if you want to buy it, you can buy it on the PlayStation 5 too. I think it's like $10 or something, which is it's worth it if you're looking for a platinum and something to do. Let's see. Yeah, I'll be going through 2, maybe 3. I doubt I'll get to 4 though, but we'll see what happens. You never know. But that means that we are here to spin the wheel. If it's something that we've played before, we'll respin it. If it's something like Metal Gear Solid, we'll probably spin it again because that game is also coming out later this year, and I kind of want to play it for the remake. Yeah. Let's see. We're gonna spin the wheel. It's Ape Escape, which we've already done. So go ahead and spin again. Ape Escape is good. I actually smiled when I saw it in the new... Oh, Suikoden. Do we want to do Suikoden? That's a bit of a... Yeah, let's spin again for something a little bit more manageable. Yeah. Because you never know, I might... Sly Cooper again. We keep getting repeats. I'm gonna play in your month. You keep up with that attitude. Once we're not doing Suikoden, goddammit. It's done Suikoden again. It really wants us to play Suikoden. I know there are some that I Oh! Parappa the Rappa! I'm very, very down for Parappa the Rapper. It's not. It's like $12 on PlayStation Plus, PlayStation something. It's on PS5. It's you can buy it through the PlayStation Store. Yeah. Parappa the Rapper. Hey Pierce. So, all right. So yeah, we'll do Parappa the Rapper. Again, just a final word. I really like Sly Cooper. I'm surprised at how much I liked it because I'm a Banjo-Kazooie ride or die, but Sly Cooper was pretty good. Oh, I can't hear Julian. Okay, hold on. Got to fix that. Thank you, Pierce.
Hopefully they could hear me.
Yeah, oh, yeah. All right, we got you. So give me a test 1, 2.
Julian, test 1, 2.
Julian, are you still there?
Testing 1, 2.
Okay, there we
go. I was muted on my own side.
Okay, all right, we got him.
Wow.
Okay, there we go. Woo. Okay, then...
Okay, everybody I know, please shut up. I know this is out. I'm not blind or ignorant to the world.
Fantasy Life?
Huh? No, everybody was reminding me about that last week by posting their shit about it. No, fucking... Stuff that got announced today. It's like, yes, I know about. Yes, yeah. I know about tactics. Leave me alone.
Okay. I want to do a quick rant. Hold on, I'm gonna upgrade.
About Assassin's Creed Shadows?
No, about
about why you quit Khazan.
Yeah. So we're gonna do that while I'm streaming Cairn.
I was kind of hoping for Tomb Raider, if I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, I mean...
Because I've had that HD collection just chilling on here for a while.
I wanted Tomb Raider, but I'm happy with Parappa the Rapper. I also want Blood Rain, because I recently bought that, because it was on sale. And there was another one.
Hell no.
I want to play it. I know it's going to be... I know it's going to suck.
Well, it's a remaster, though, Julian, so... It's gonna be a little bit better.
Yeah,
At least gameplay wise,
or
like
Abe's
control
Odyssey.
wise.
Abe's Odyssey, because I love puzzle games, and Abe's Odyssey is basically puzzle.
Abe's Odyssey is gonna be the one that I really don't want at all.
No,
I hate that like puzzle series.
Yeah, I've only ever played it on a demo disc on the PlayStation a long time ago, and I remember liking it, but it looked really bad. Like everybody was dying so quickly. Okay, let's press A button. So, I've never played Cairn before. This was announced during the State of Play today, so we're just gonna hop right in. A balanced gameplay. So while this is loading and doing its thing, I've been playing off stream Khazan, the first Berserker, or scratch that reverse, the first Berserker Khazan, and this person is all damaged. Anyway, I was playing last night, and there's a pattern in Khazan where you play through a level. It's very Dark Soul. It's very Neo. There's a set. The levels aren't fully connected. It's very obvious that the game is very linear, but the pattern is you go to the hub, prep in the hub, go to a level, fight through the level, fight a boss. And at first, I was very satisfied with that. I was 100% fine with that. That wasn't a problem. Like not a big deal at all. I enjoy the combat. What wound up happening is that without giving you any real kind of warning, they started adding gimmicks to the fights. And I didn't want to wrap my head around it. And here's what I mean. You fight the first boss, it's a beast. And it has very telegraphed attacks. You learn the fight system. You move on. You get through it. The next boss is roughly the same thing. The next boss is roughly the same thing. You fight a human. Humans have a different stamina bar. So it's very much pushing you to be aggressive. You want to be super aggressive. And so you sort of learn there. The next one, you're back to a boss. And it's a spider. All right? It's a spider. Up to that point, you're fighting all these tiny little spiders, and you learn they're toxic. So if you are in a relationship with them, they're going to try to gaslight you. I'm just kidding. They will poison you. Their weak point is their face. They can shoot web to stun you or lock you down or slow you down, and they're highly mobile, right? So like you spend like 30-45 minutes going through this level, and you learn that, you embed it. You go to this boss fight, and I'm fighting it and fighting it and fighting it, and it is so hard to take any real health off of it. It's just not dying. Assuming that you're able to block and parry every single attack perfectly, if you were just fighting normally, it's going to take you like 30-45 minutes to beat this thing. It's like a Monster Hunter fight, but less fun. And highly pressured because you cannot make any mistakes. So I get better and better and better, and there's a skill point system, and so I'm like, okay, I'm gonna earn some skills, I'm gonna get some new abilities, I'm gonna try some different patterns, things like that, and you learn that you hit a limit. Until you beat a boss, you cannot earn any more skills. You can earn levels to raise your base stats, but if you want to have an ability to let you do like 10 attacks in a whirlwind, and then also have a stamina reducing thing to make sure that your dodges don't use up that much stamina, you have to decide, because you don't have enough points. Like, that's just a small example. You can spread them out over a various amount of trees, but you're limited. You have only this amount of skills, and you have to make it work. So then you try different abilities, you try different skills. And I could not figure out a way to beat this. I go to the internet, which I didn't want to do. I had played up to that point without an internet, but I was like, there has to be something I'm missing. Maybe there's an ability that I skipped, or maybe I can unlock a second level that'll let me like raise my cap on skill points. It turns out that for this spider, it has multiple lock-on points, and you can break its leg. And I was like, that was never explained to me in any way. Like, there's no boss or there's no enemy that's appeared heretofore that would have clued me into attacking limbs or attacking other parts of the body or handicapping it. Because when you blow up a limb, a huge chunk of health disappears. Its defense is still crazy high, but you just whack a huge amount of health. So once I learned that, I started like smashing my right stick, trying to on every single enemy, trying to find if they have weak points or other things I can target. That doesn't happen for like the next 3 bosses. No, nothing like that happens. So I'm able to beat that boss, and then I get to this boss that made me quit. His name is like Maluk or Maluda or something like that. His gimmick is that
Molly.
at 75% health, he transforms into this new element that you haven't fought yet. It's chaos, and what it does is that it lowers your maximum health. And if it procs it too much, you'll have not enough to survive a single hit, even at full health. The problem on top of that is that when he transforms, he gains immense poise, and he's able to regenerate his health. So he already has high defense where it takes effort to get to that 75%. Now you have to complete the rest of the fight in a speed run and trying to stop him from regenerating his health. Here's where my problem came in, is that you only have 3 weapons that you're able to use. A great sword, dual wielding axe, and a spear. And I like all the weapons. They're all really fun to use. You can swap weapons whenever you want, and you can swap your skills whenever you want, but it takes an item to reset your stats to make those weapons viable. So I decided to do that. I was like, okay, I've been playing the Greatsword for hours and hours now, and I really enjoy the gameplay, and I have experience playing it. Now I'm going to swap over to something else, because it can't be that difficult. Oh boy, was I wrong. I switched over to the dual wielding axes, and I was like, okay, we're gonna change our actually, that's cool. I didn't know that Twitch did that. I'm gonna snooze the ad for a little bit so that I can keep ranting without interrupting people that aren't
That's
subbed.
neat.
So I switch over to the dual wielding weapons. They tell me they don't feel good. I'm so used at this point to hitting one button or one charge button in order to make a deliberate, purposeful attack and that rewards me with damage. Now I'm just pressing A button once, and I get a little whap, like a little love tap on the enemy, and then I'm open. Like, I don't know what to do. I have to completely relearn a weapon for a fight I'm already struggling against. And I wasted an item adjusting my stats. So I'm like, this is not going to work. I have to go back and try again with my weapon. I go back to my greatsword. I readjust my stats. I'm like, okay, well, let me go get some skills. I hit my skill limit. I could not. I was working towards raising my skills, and I had already hit the limit. I just hadn't hit the maximum, so the game didn't tell me I was at the limit. So that pissed me off.
Oh.
I was like, you know what? I'm gonna use the little person that helps me. They're called the Spirit of Advocacy, like a summon, basically. So I go in, I go to do a summon. I had left the level and come back to the level because I went to the crevice, the hub world, to reset my stats. It reset all of my summons. So I had like 18 that I had like 30 that I could have done, and they were all gone because I left the level and came back. So I could not do a summon unless I went wandering the level, finding player characters to fight, which I could not find anybody. It was the worst. So that's a resource gone. My skill level isn't working. He's regenerating health too fast for me to hit him with my greatsword. He has no poise. My whole thing with the greatsword is that because I'm doing this so strong, I can break their poise. I can't break his poise anymore. He's hitting me with chaos. I'm losing my max health. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna try this one more time. If it doesn't work, I'm quitting this game. There's a skill that you have to do a parry, but like a different kind of parry, and I had been learning that skill too because I needed that skill in order to even get the first part done. And then I couldn't hit that parry anymore. I was so tired and raged out. I was like, this is enough. I'm done with this. I'm gonna stop this game for a while. I did stop the game for a while. I went back. I had forgotten everything.
Like
It was
fool.
it was gonna take me like 20 minutes or like a bunch of tries to come back to where I was. I was like, fuck this, I'm done. I quit, and then I was staring at my PlayStation, and my thumb just automatically hit delete game, and so I deleted Khazan from my PlayStation 5. It was not a fun time. Will I?
Doesn't sound like it.
Yeah. So then, on top of all of that, I go to YouTube, and I'm like, one of the reasons I like this game is because the story is predictable, but I really like the characters and the voice actors, so I want to know how the story goes. How do you beat this boss? It turns out there's a strategy where you can just throw explosives at the boss, and like he'll burn his health off. And I was like, this is such horse shit. I'm fucking so done with this. So the item that you never ever use is suddenly super useful against this character. Like this is horrible.
You gotta use everything in your disposal.
And I get that, but I should be rewarded for being good at the game rather than having to
forced to find a cheesy gimmick.
An alternate strategy that I wasn't aware of. I should be able to be rewarded for learning how to parry, learning how to react. Recognizing whether I can use a weapon parry to bounce his blade, or if he's going to do a kick, do a standard parry, so that I can get a reflection off. Like, I should be rewarded, but instead I'm just annoyed. So, goodbye Khazan for now. Maybe I'll come back someday. Okay.
Insane.
So that's
sounds like you had
Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Because
I know you had mentioned about wanting to talk about that.
Can we talk about the state of play first, and then do Assassin's Creed
Sure.
while I play this game? And I'll let you guys.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't care.
Okay. Do one of you have a list of the games?
I do.
I was gonna say I vaguely do because the PlayStation YouTube channel has a list for timestamps, but they're not accurate fully.
I have it.
Yeah.
Do you have it in the order that they came out, Julian, or?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
This game's hard.
Because I wrote it down. I was literally sitting at work on break doing this. Sitting on break, I can
tell you the first game I did not care about.
Well, let's just do them in order and discuss them.
Yeah, I was just saying, I know that much.
Okay, so here we go. First game was Luminous Rise.
I was so excited when I saw this game. This is absolutely a game for me.
I thought it was Tetris Effect again.
Me too, because if you listen to that song, it's all connected. It's that lady. So I had two thoughts. I thought, oh, it's Tetris Effect 2, or wow, what if this person got a contract with PlayStation and this is just like the intro? Like, good for them. And then I saw the horizontal shit, and I was like, is this Luminous? And I
so I'm like, oh shit, it's Luminous.
I mean, it's neat that they brought back Luminous. Like, I'm glad to see that series come back, but
and it's done by the Tetris Effect people. That's why everybody thought it was Tetris Effect at first, because it was done by the people who do Tetris Effect.
Yeah, it's that team. But like, I saw that and I was very excited because I love Tetris Effect, and I'm very happy that team is being rewarded with another game.
I love you, Chia, but not right now. Well, not right now. Daddy's busy.
My character is going to die.
Yeah, but there was one thing I had that like went through my head during it because I'm like, oh, this is great. This Luminous is interesting. But PlayStation, please bring back themes for themes for the fucking themes
like,
for
the
background and shit. Because for the longest time, and I think I still had it before. I think I still have it on there. But I had a Tetris Effect theme that had a nice, interesting song that would play every time I boot while my thing was in the menu, or at least have something going on. Please bring that shit back. It is the thing that made you great. It's one of the things that made the system interesting. Please bring that shit back and stop fucking with me, because this fucking boring ass menu with the little pixel things that is reminiscent of the PlayStation 3, and it's nice, but it's like, no, that was boring. Everyone switched it off of that as soon as the chance they got, because it's lame. Please fix this. Please
Yeah,
fix this.
themes are kind of back. There's a select amount of themes you can do now on PlayStation 5.
Yeah. I was gonna say mine's like an Astrobot type of one.
Yeah, I have the circuitry. But you're right, Julian. There should be more like IP specific themes.
Yeah, I don't know why they got rid of it, but
But Luminous Arise, great, looks good. Please don't be $60. It's gonna be $60.
It's probably
it's probably gonna be $60.
I think with that team, knowing it's a puzzle game and it's also for VR, I think it's gonna be like 50 at most. But we'll see when it comes out, I guess.
Right. And so the next game was Capcom's Pragmata, or let's carry Ashley around and make her useful.
I thought that game looked super interesting. That fucking little
I'm
AI
actually
robot,
very excited for that thing.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
Resident Evil in space.
Because Scott usually hates children, so I was like, let's go.
Because when they're not useful, when the children
when they're super annoying, like because things like Carol and Tales of Vesperia, he's just very annoying.
But you like
90% of the game.
But you like Persea because she's actually useful.
Yeah, and she's also entertaining.
She's the deadpan lolly character.
But she's deadpan, which is entertaining to everyone else's like overactive things.
Yeah, but Carol actually has more of a story than Persea does, but whatever. Actually has more of a presence in story.
Carol later in the game is entertaining and fun, but like for most of the game, he's just annoying as shit.
Anyway,
in my chat is like fuck them kids. Scott probably.
Yes.
But I think the graphics look good. I think the gameplay looks interesting. I think I like the idea because I'm famous on this stream on my character. Like I don't really care about robots or clones or shit. Like they're not people. So I'm excited to see can they make me care about this little AI little girl.
They're not people.
Yeah,
see, when it first came up, I'm like, when the trailer first came up, I was like, what is this? Fucking Skynet propaganda ass bullshit.
Yeah, what was it? The Delphi?
Yeah.
I thought it was Aliens at first. I was like, is this an Aliens game?
Yeah, I wasn't sure what the hell it was, but honestly, like as I started seeing the gameplay and stuff, I was very excited. I think it looked really good.
Yeah, I think that game. I'm actually excited for that game. I think it looks good. I'll need to see more of it to see what the gameplay is gonna really pan out to be, but I'm curious about it.
Yeah, and we've still got time since it's not until next year, so it was a very early.
But how this game
announcement.
Looks, I'm gonna be real. It's like if you have a place, if you have a console, because it's gonna also be on fucking Xbox too. Because I saw Xbox released a trailer for it.
Channel as well. I figured.
But
Capcom's gonna release multi-console.
Yeah, but it's like do not get this on PC.
People will be disgusting. Yeah, you're right.
Because I'm gonna be real, the RE engine is good on consoles, but looks like ass on PC. that little girl's gonna when that little girl loads in, she's gonna be polygons at first, and it's gonna be terrifying, and it's gonna turn into a real horror game.
I
think Omni was going a very different direction on that one. About the sick mods, yeah.
With little girls. But that being said, if I were to get
you deserve the flames of hell.
If I were to get that game on PC and I were to do mods, I would want to turn it into that little gremlin thing from The Witcher, like the thing with the big ball section. I think that'd be funny.
Okay, I'm gonna call it now. The first mod that comes out for her is gonna be an Among Us.
Yeah.
They're gonna turn her into a little sus man, and she's gonna be stupid. I'm gonna hate it so much.
But the mod should
you need to have her into like a little puppy or something.
No, the mod should be Doom armor with Isabella from Animal Crossing.
Yes,
that should be the mod.
That's the mod. Oh my god, that'd be amazing.
Game of the year right there.
And actually that's actually doable because they both have prominent fucking Blender, but they both have prominent Blender fucking animations. Oh shit. That would be amazing. If someone, I swear to God, I would commission that just to not use it, just to put it out there in the world. It's like, here, the world have this mod, please. Actually, Julia knows how to use. I should probably use my roommate. My roommate's blender. My roommate's knowledge of Blender might actually be useful for something, for me. But anyway, okay, what's next on the list?
Yeah, so that was one I was. I think the next one I was also excited for.
Of course it is. It's Suda51. If you weren't interested in it, I'd be pissed at you.
Yeah.
Romeo is a dead man.
Suda,
Now,
Romeo.
As soon as you give me Grasshopper Entertainment Suda51, I was like, all right, I'm good. We're trying this out at least.
Or they even said who it was. Looking at the gameplay, looking at the first inch of gameplay, I'm like, this is No More Heroes like. If Suda51 is not part of this, I'd be surprised.
It gave me very different vibes than No More Heroes. It very much reminded me of Killer is Dead.
It reminded me of Shadows of the Damned because of the ultra violence of it.
Yeah, but like,
see, and because I was thinking it was just something related to Killer is Dead because of the title and the gameplay look, but
this screamed Suda51. I'm like, if Suda51 or someone on the development team thought part of this, they're emulating them.
Yeah, like maybe 30 seconds in, I was like, this feels like a Suda51 game. I forgot Grasshopper was the name of their studio, but I was like, this feels like Suda.
Yeah.
But it's like, good for them. Awesome. Game looks interesting. I'm not usually a big fan of these.
Game looks great.
Hyper-violent games, and that weird art style at the beginning. It's like, what the fuck is going on here? But
that's very.
I was thinking that this one. I was about to say, what is this? It's like, is this one of those esoteric fucking like PlayStation bought out another indie company for some kind of esoteric game or something, like a weird esoteric game. Game.
It is kind of artsy game. Like,
yeah, but like, no, it is, but it wasn't what I thought it was going to be.
Yeah,
like, what kind of weird? It's like, what weird story is this going to tell? But now it's like, what weird story is this going to tell while being action related? While being a hyper-violence action related game that I know from a company that I've seen before.
Yeah, a company I basically trust at this point. Like, I've had very few Suda51 games where I didn't really enjoy them.
Oh, wait a minute. No, Lollipop Chainsaw wasn't one of them. But I keep thinking it was.
Because it's very similar. Lollipop Chainsaw isn't...
Because that's,
yeah. Which, Lollipop Chainsaw is fine. I played through that recently, the remaster. It's okay. The story sucks. Gameplay is decently fun.
I think the story
fights.
I think the story is just a means to see the cheerleader girls in hyperviolence.
It's very much old James Gunn, like James Gunn from around the time of Scooby-Doo, the live-action movie. God, and it feels very much like him from that time period.
Was there a small character that he ruined?
I want to talk about this game real quick, Cairn. This game is really interesting, but it's hard. It's like a legitimate QWOP, but instead of like running track, you're climbing on the side of a wall. You're given
one thing
control
about
of your limbs like one by one and have to decide where to place them. It's really interesting. I'm sorry, continue.
One thing about this game, it's like, while I was watching that trailer, I'm like, Mama, if you wore like gloves and boots, I don't think you'd have to have all those bandages on. Like, a reasonable rock climber who wears, fucking gloves and boots. You got all this other gear, but you and other people have shoes and other shit, but you're the only one walking around without shoes on and fucking shit.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing?
I don't know if she's all bandaged up because that's just her.
It's like, you got leprosy? Why are you all bandaged up?
Yeah, this player character is all torn up. I don't understand
it's like,
why she's all bandaged. Are these energy drinks?
It's like it's like you got some kind of skin disease. You got it's like you're hiding your eczema. You got eczema. You hiding it. You embarrassed. You should get one of those. You should get one of those pills that clears it up and gives that all the side effects on it.
I should be critiquing her feet, right? Like, I'm the feet guy.
Yeah.
Her feet are covered in bandages.
I was just like, well, you make do with what you can get. But like, no, I'm just focusing on the gameplay. This art style is also really cool too. What's the next game after? I mean, we're all excited for the fucking Dead Man. I'm gonna get
okay. The next game is Silent Hill F. Wait, actually, I'm sorry. Fucking give me a second. I have to calibrate my list because I think there was something between that and Romeo's.
Nope. Romeo's a Dead Man went Silent Hill F.
It's Silent Hill F. No, okay, just making sure. Yeah, Silent Hill F. So,
Looks cool.
That game looks too scary. For
another one of those.
Yeah.
It's time for Konami to do little girl suffers instead of fucking a Japanese girl suffers instead of Fatal Frame this time.
Yeah, it's Fatal Frame meets Silent Hill. It looks cool. It'll be a skip for me
because I'm not into
but
this game.
I absolutely think it looks fantastic, and I'm sure people will love it.
Yeah, that game's too scary for me.
As a friend
Oh, go ahead.
As a friend who messaged me put it, he's like, instead of it being white guilt the game, it's it's a different take now.
Well, the Silent Hill games are kind of famous for being like representative of like mental illness and abuse and stuff like that, like putting a spotlight on it in a very subtle way, sometimes subtle way. No,
sometimes.
Pierce said I'm also with Omni being scary for some reason. I'm tempted to play it. Here's my thing: I can't stand the mannequin scare. Like, right? Because that freaks me out. And like that whole middle section of that trailer was basically the mannequin scare, but they were like dressed up like little Japanese girls. And when she was walking through the hallway, and like maybe it wasn't gonna react, maybe it was. Like that's too much. That's too much tension. I can't. I was like, nope. No,
right there, it would have killed Omni.
Nope, we're done.
I can't do that because, as Scott knows, I have a crippling fear of like wax figures and animatronics. That shit freaks me the fuck out.
Yeah,
shit freaks me the fuck out. Don't put them close. Don't put them that close. It's like literally. It's like don't put these things close to me. It's like I like Disney rides because
I may or may not put Julian on sides that he ends up closer to those things when we go on attractions.
That's very good.
Because he's a monster. Because he's a monster. It's like I like the Navi animatronic, but god damn it, it's like it moves naturally and its fucking arms are lanky, and it's like don't you reach any farther.
Yeah, and also I kind of noticed this just as a musician. I think that F is shaped in a the font very much looks like a fortissimo, but like just not angled. So I don't know if that's gonna have some kind of theme to play.
See, when I first saw the F,
that might.
When I first saw the F, my brain went to Tales of Grace's F. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Different kind of F.
Yeah.
Different kind of F for fuck this shit. I'm out. Because I will not be playing this game. No, yeah, I'll let other people play this for me. Thank you.
I very much want to watch a Let's Play of it though. Because I think that it would be very fun to watch the.
I want to watch Kate play it. Is what I want to do. Have her play it on your channel. She loves.
I think she has her own channel, but.
Oh yeah, she has her own channel. Well, she could.
Okay.
She could help a homie out.
But it's like okay, everybody. Okay, so.
But I'm sure she will be buying it. Well, assuming that Jock, lets her use the PS5.
And
but like
he should.
Like he's using it.
But
it ain't like he uses it.
Yeah, I was gonna say he should, but.
Also, assuming the world doesn't get crazy expensive.
Yeah.
Well, with things that have happened recently. Oh, with things that happened recently, I'm not too sure that we have to be worried about that as much as we used to. But we'll see. We'll see because there have been other things I've been history with in the world. So anyway, fucking the next. Are we ready to talk about the next game?
Yeah. I'm good.
Okay, so next game is Bloodstained: The Scarlet Engagement, or I'm like either
I'm
this
excited
is where
for that
I was
one.
sitting here sitting like either this is actually this is them actually coming about Castlevania, which is a low bar, or this is Bloodstained, which I was right about.
Like it's one of those. Yeah, it's the dude that made Castlevania, still just making Bloodstained. I'm glad to see Bloodstained has survived as long as it did for just like considering how Mighty Number 9 went when that tried to reintroduce Mega Man. Like Bloodstained has really survived. Like this is the 4th game now in the Bloodstained series.
Wait,
I'm kind of happy.
What the fuck?
Now, with how this looks, it kind of reminds me of. Hey Scott, remember the Dracula X Chronicles?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is what this game kind of reminds me of that with its style, but obviously more polished.
Well, I mean, it very much reminds me of the last Bloodstained. like just
I want to say two things real
much
quick.
nicer looking.
One is about this game, and one is about the Bloodstained. One, I'm really impressed with what just happened in this game because I live in Austin, and Austin is full of a bunch of hipsters and like all kinds of douchebags. But one of those types of douchebags is the people that really love rock climbing. And so we have gyms that have rock face walls and stuff, and you go there, and it's very, of its people, if you know what I mean. But
Yeah.
this one, they built the rock climbing gym, and at the back of the gym is a wall, and the wall leads you outside of the roof, and it reveals that the center is built into the side of a cliff. So you go straight from being in the gym to an actual mountainside. And I was like, that's really cool. That would not work in real life for various reasons.
That's not realistic, but at the same time, it's cool.
It's extremely cool. Pierce said, I miss rock climbing. Of course you rock climb. We love fucking
now,
people.
Now, it's something interesting here. Now, I know they would never do something like this, but what if, like, a rock climbing place, to be more interesting, they actually had a, like, fake looking mountain, like everything is like it's like textured to feel like a mountain, but it's still like something that can actually, not be fucked up by normal weather and circumstances. Like have actual, rocks fucking breaking off and falling into the building or something. Nothing where it's gonna actually be dangerous, but something like an actual like pseudo looking side of a mountain.
You talking about rock climbing 4D?
Yeah, sure.
That'd be
There's a really interesting rock climbing anime.
I actually don't know about that.
Does it have Sylvester Stallone trying to?
The issue with it that I will say is that the anime just kind of ends like there's not really a satisfying conclusion to it because they only got 12 episodes, and then it was like, well, we're not approving you for season 2, so like sucks to suck.
So Omni, when is it in Cairn? Your mom. Anyway.
Cairn's an actual thing. If you notice in the bottom right corner, there's a stack of rocks. If you've ever seen like in Native American lore or other various types of folklore, a stack of rocks used as a grave or whatever, that's a cairn. And it's usually made to memorialize something or someone. That's a cairn.
Yeah, until a tourist typically knocks them over by accident because they try to take photos because they're stupid.
Yeah. God love those anime that just end because they were popular enough to get an anime, but never enough to get season 2. That's what Pierce said.
Yeah.
All right.
That's basically what this one was.
And what were you gonna say about Cairn, Julian? I got one more thing.
What was I about to say? Fuck, I actually forgot the point I was about to make. Oh right. So what part in this game do we see her backstory where she dropped her husband or something?
Oh, the tragedy will come soon enough, I'm sure.
It's like I'm doing this.
It's probably a metaphor
to escape the tragedy,
to outclimb her depression or outclaim or her feel like she's always running away, but she has to find the time to just sit and be in mourning or whatever. Like there's a reason for this. I'm not.
And then the random gunfight. And then when's the random gunfight on the side of mountains and shit?
I don't know if there's
like that Sylvester Stallone movie.
That's gonna be very different. That's a very different type of game. That's a Horizon game where you think robot fights on the side of the build of the climbing. Okay, and then I was gonna say about Bloodstained. I played the original one on my Switch, like the 8-bit one. It was really cool. I got through maybe like 3/4 of it before I just forgot about it. Yeah. And then I played the next one, the one that looked better, and man, I had a bad time with that because I played it on Game Pass, and for whatever, and I played with controller. I like playing with controller, so there was some kind of glitch that was going on with Game Pass where if you use the controller and you played it, if you ever quit the game and relaunched it, it would no longer launch. I didn't know that.
That's
at the time.
insane.
So I played it with controller. I played through the entire game except I was maybe at the last boss, and I was like, I gotta stop playing because I really liked it and I was really into it. I turned off the game, turned off my PC. I came back, it would not load. I was like, okay, I'll uninstall it, reinstall it. At that time, for whatever reason, Game Pass did not cloud save your saves. So when I uninstalled it and reinstalled it, I was back at the beginning. I never finished it. I never touched Bloodstained again. It is a great game. I'm very happy with this franchise. I'm excited to see that they're doing like 3D model, full 3D model of Bloodstain. I don't know if I'm gonna play it out of pure spite.
I can't blame you, but at the same time, like I do think you should play like a different version and go back to it.
Yeah, I just never finished it. I was so close to the ending. But
Do it on stream, you nerd.
Maybe on PlayStation for like the trophy. I don't know.
But yeah, Bloodstain, really cool franchise. So glad to see that it's still continuing and not just like dead. Because you just kind of never know when a franchise is just gonna die at this point.
I did like that. Since I mentioned it before, it's full 3D modeling, so they can model the gear to actually change your appearance and stuff. I thought that was really cool. So
yeah, the last one did that too.
I don't remember, but it has been like 6 or 7 years since I played it.
Yeah, I love the
non-Curse of the Moon one, the non-8-bit one did change also your look based on your gear.
I do love the random fucking references to other Metroidvania games. And some of the costumes that they used.
Why did I take my finger? I don't know rock climbing or not.
To get better grip.
Oh yeah, why don't I just put on a glove?
That's what I'm saying!
I don't
because then it makes your hands sweaty.
This is absolutely for people that love or are interested in rock climbing, because there's got to be a lot of...
God, educate yourself.
Yeah, I wish. I don't read books.
It's like, also, man, put on a helmet.
What's a helmet gonna do?
Well, yeah, because if I fall,
you fall from like 100,000 feet. Like, yeah, sure, the helmet's gonna save you.
It's like she ain't using no hooks. She ain't got no tethers.
She does have
no tethers. She just.
I'm not using them very well. They're called pythons, apparently.
It's like that's why I don't. Freeform rock climbing is essentially people wishing for death.
Yeah, this seems very dangerous. And also, this girl is like flexible like crazy. What's the? Did anybody else have anything else to say about Bloodstain?
No, I'm excited for it, but that's pretty much it.
Hello, Sibarl. Hello.
I'm waiting for Pierce to finish that. Honestly, though, it's like seriously, wear boots. You are not being safe. Wear gloves.
Yeah.
Wear shoes.
The next two are really cool.
Oh yeah, what's the next game?
The next game is Digimon Stories Time Stranger.
I have nothing to say about this game. I'm sure Scott will say a lot.
I mean, this is one. Well, I can only say so much because we already knew about this game. I've already had it pre-ordered for like 3 months now.
Yeah, this game. We already knew this game was coming out.
Like, I wasn't shocked by it. The release date, like getting a release date was nice, but as far as like the actual like existence of this game, we've known about it for a long time.
Yeah, but aren't you excited about seeing new Digimon? Oh my god, I died.
Oh yeah, I'm excited for the game, but like I said, I've already pre-ordered this thing. Like as soon as they announced and showed the first trailer, I was like, "You have my money, take it."
Yeah, I thought you were gonna offer some insight about like maybe.
Oh no,
it looks those night Digimon.
It very
some new lore come out. When one of them was like, I think it's very.
My boy would have a lot more on the lore. Yeah. Like, for me, like it very much is Digimon Cyber Sleuth just enhanced.
You're good, Pierce. Keep drinking.
Like, it's just the next evolution of Cyber Sleuth, and I'm perfectly happy with that, and I'm excited. I think it looks great. I think the Digimon all look good.
Cyber Sleuth, because one of them time traveled from the future, apparently. I don't
know. Well, the more turn-based JRPG style, whereas like the other Digimon games have been like, as you saw with Survivor, that was more of a tactical RPG.
Actually,
and then most Digimon games
I never got to a point where I could actually tactical
fair
RPG.
Enough. But that one's more of a tactical RPG, and the other ones are very much like you don't control anything. It's just a Neo pet that you're like hoping for the best on.
And it doesn't die, doesn't die and shit itself.
Yeah, and it like shits everywhere, and you have to clean up the shit still. And
I really want my monster.
I don't like that style. Yeah. So I very much love the JRPG style Digimon games, and that's what this one feels like. It feels more like the Digimon Stories Cyber Sleuth ones, where it's a nice 3D, turn-based JRPG version with easier to understand Digivolutions.
This
So
world can bend in all
it just
kinds of
looks
ways.
like a more accessible Digimon game for people. The Cyber
Now-
Sleuth games are the very much the like, hey, you want to get into Digimon games? Here you go.
Well,
Play this.
I kind of thought you were gonna have some insight on like, because I don't know what a cyber sleuth is. I don't know what happened in the previous game that would have caused the end of the world. Or
No, that's the thing.
The plot
Apparently,
is
the
not
plot-
connected. I don't
not
think
connected.
it's
The
just
plot's not
it's the gameplay style, not the plot.
That's a little lame.
Yeah.
This is a brand new
They're
like,
Digimon
story.
stories. They're Digimon stories,
Climb,
essentially.
climb.
But
Yeah.
it's not
The
the same
Digimon. It was
story.
Digimon Story Cyber Sleuth. So Digimon Story, was it Time?
God, this woman's feet are
Time-
legs and feet are all
Time
bloody,
Stranger.
bitch.
Yeah,
Fucking
So
wear
the
pants.
I fell a
Digimon
lot.
Story is the actual like connection there. Kind of like Final Fantasy. It's like saying Final Fantasy, and it's like, well, Final Fantasy 1 and Final Fantasy 2 aren't directly related, but they're Final Fantasy games.
Jay, please give me the strength to continue. Did I break something? I think I broke my pipe when I fell. This shit is broken in the back.
Good job. Now, there is one thing about this that I noticed in the trailers, and I'm kind of pissed off, and especially when I rewatched it, I'm kind of pissed off that I noticed it. You can see where they cut corners, and you reuse a lot of assets, reuse a lot of Shibuya assets for the game. Like,
I mean,
the background of the characters, it's like the new character sticks out from the rest of the background.
I don't really care. It looks fine.
I know that
the gameplay is gonna be great. The Digimon look really good.
Yeah, I know that's not the point, but it's like, God damn it! I wish I didn't notice the obvious reused asset.
Why is there a timer on my lungs? What? I'm just walking. What's happening here? Am I gonna die? Am I choking?
Probably. Air gets thinner as you get higher.
Yeah, but I'm like barely high at all.
You're acclimating.
It's cause composting stuff and make. I can poop in a bag. Is that what this plastic wrap is for?
Hell yeah.
Read the function. Also, you're acclimating. I believe that's acclimating.
Yeah, acclimating.
Because you do have to stop and catch your breath when you go up mountains and, get used to the height.
To the thinner air, yeah.
So I believe she's acclimating right now.
Do I need?
So then you can climb up higher without having to catch your breath more often, because it's a stamina-based game, as they said.
There's like so many systems in this game. It's really intense.
Dandy Bat Hat. The Royal Yummy Stew.
What? Am I just supposed to climb up? Is that the
Lovey-dovey
goal?
the Lamp.
Yes.
And
I'm waiting for this timer to die so I can see what happens.
So I'm missing the Blue Demons tile.
Okay. Well, any other?
Like I said, it's you acclimating.
No,
it's gonna be
I am
fun.
extremely excited. I have it pre-ordered. I will be playing it day one, assuming a bunch of other stuff doesn't come out around it.
I can't wait I can't wait to waste hours farming.
Yeah, I gotta see what else is coming out around it.
And I can't wait to spend hours farming that golden treasure Numamon thing again to level up fucking Digimon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have like no interest, but I can appreciate that it looks like it'll be fun.
All right, the next game is
fun.
something that when I ended up watching this again with somebody with someone on the phone with someone while they were watching it again, and on my way home, and they're like, "Wait, are they doing more 16 stuff?" I'm like, "Bitch, no, they're not doing more 16 stuff." It's like it's.
I mean, I wouldn't say no to more 16 stuff.
Yeah,
but...
I would be
because it's being done by creative. The 14 people.
Yeah,
it's being done by.
Well, yeah. It's 16, which is why we're talking about that. Final Fantasy Tactics looks. I will probably play that, which is unfortunate because it means that's another Final Fantasy game to add to my platinum list, and that does not look like a game that will be very easy to platinum.
I don't know. It depends on how broken the mathematician is.
I heard
because in the original version, mathematician is like the most broken thing if you know how to use it.
I'm hesitant. Yeah. I'm hesitant to rely on that because doing and theorizing are very different. It could still be a rough go of it. and I know very well because it's on paper doing 13, platinuming 13 is not that difficult, but when you actually decide to put the time into it,
Yeah.
it is a huge pain in the ass. Chase said, all my patience for never emulating or settling mobile paid off for tactics. Hell yeah, me too.
Yeah. Now I can finally get rid of my PSP version.
Yeah, and I can finally do nothing about my broken Vita.
I played Brave Exvius and I can't believe they got rid of it. I enjoyed that game. But you know, that's what I get for expecting any Square Enix mobile game to stay alive for a decent amount of time.
Play Ever Crisis while you still got it.
No, I'm not playing. I haven't touched Ever Crisis, and I refuse because they got rid of Brave Exvius.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
She got fucked up. Oh my god! Wow. She's dead. You fucking died!
Wow! What a way to go! It's like you die like you die in Zelda, like in Breath of the Wild, where like if you lose your stamina and you fall, the physics keeps your body rolling. And so you can, the higher you go, the more you just roll down and you die.
That bitch hit the thing, roll off the rest of the
die.
It fell again.
Wow. Cairn is hard as fuck. I can speed
That was funny. Oh god. Okay. I'm good.
Jesus
keep it together.
Christ,
Oh my god. I know that was supposed to be a traumatic experience. That's
it was insane.
She ragdolled so hard. She don't meow in my face.
This seems like a good, safe place to climb, so we'll do this.
But back to tactics.
Yeah.
I'm interested. It's fully voice acted, so I don't have to sit there and read walls of text in the middle and hope I don't randomly, my brain glazes over from all fucking words that I have to reread that I've put over a game I played before and a story I already know.
It does look different now.
Yeah, they cleaned
it
up a
it does
bit.
look a lot. Yeah, they cleaned up the UI and stuff like that. Like, it looks a lot nicer.
But, and I always love me some Evil East stories. So yay me! We're going back to Texas. We fun. But since it's voice acted, will they actually have Cloud's current voice actor?
Oh, that'd be cool. I know about that Easter egg.
Because Cloud is an extra.
Yeah, I know about that Easter egg.
I would imagine that it's
kind of.
Did they say it's going to be new voice acting, or is it just going to be the voice acting from like previous
versions?
They didn't have voice
acting. It's new voice
acting. I thought War of the Lions for PSP did.
It's new voice acting.
War of the Lions did. Wait.
War of the Lions did, but
War of the Lions was just a remake of Tactics.
Look it up.
Yeah.
Somebody look it up.
Well, anyway, they did. No. There was an article that came out right after the State of Play that came out that essentially says that there are new voice actors being in it because Ben Starr is one of the voice actors.
Oh, I hope they bring 16 characters.
Ben Starr is Daiki. Oh, fucking how's that character's name again? Fucking character's name again.
I'm gonna fall.
He's in the game.
I'm gonna fall.
He's in the game. That's all that matters. I don't have to say that which character's name it is. But yes, he's in the game. It's gonna be fun. I cannot wait.
Okay, we're fine.
And also,
use a rope.
Also, now all the baby streamers can play the game without having to complain about reading.
I don't read books.
I don't read books. Jesus.
Oh, I guess I can't get in there yet.
I think we're all excited about Final Fantasy Tactics. Yeah, and
it's not something I'll probably buy day one, but it's definitely something I will be playing.
It's gonna be hard, I know that.
We'll see. It depends on what the modern gameplay things they add to it. Because they could add things like the Pixel Remaster did.
They could. It could also be what do you call it? But they still need to add all that Zodiac bullshit to it, and everything that I've seen about that makes it seem like that's really annoying. But I've never played that specific. I never played Tactics specifically. I played other turn-based tactical games. I even played other Final Fantasy turn-based tactical games, and they were not easy. But I'm excited to finally get my hands on Tactics.
Yeah, there's only other tactics RPGs I've ever played are the Disgaea ones.
Disgaea.
Fire Emblem. And that's it.
If I played Fire Emblem, I played the mobile War of the Lions, War of the Visions, whatever it's called,
Yes.
and that really waifu anime one from Xbox 360. Like if you bought the collector's edition, you got like a deck of cards. I can't remember what it's called. That game was
Oh,
hard,
Record
too.
Regress War.
Yeah, that one. That,
That game
hard.
was brutal as hell.
Yeah, that one was hard. That's why I'm worried.
I remember I had the DLC, and it was like, here's the free DLC that gives you like overpowered weapons, and it's like, oh yeah, no, you're still gonna get your ass handed to you because the enemies are still better, and it's like, well, I don't know, because it was so weird, because it's like, yeah, the weapon you should have is like 50 attack power. The weapon we're giving you is 600, but by the way, you still take 10 to 12 hits to kill like the enemies on the first level. Have a nice day. I'm like, wait, so how did you expect me to beat this with a 50 attack point weapon? Like,
you didn't.
You know what? Now that I understand that I can fall and then fall again, I'm gonna climb a place where I have more flat land. I think that'd be a good idea.
See,
probably.
yeah, I guess it's climbing a mountain does take it's like okay, so where do I go from? I can't just climb up and then figure it out later.
Yeah, the only mountain I've ever climbed was your mom. I'm just kidding.
Anyway, the next game is okay. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. It's this game except stupid. Baby Steps.
Well, what's the game?
Yeah, Baby Steps was
Baby Steps.
just fucking stupid.
Baby Steps looks like okay. So I think I'll probably get it. I think it looks funny. It's very stupid. But that game is going to be a streamer game, not like getting over it, where the point of it is to make the streamer rage and you can farm clips like that, but a comedy one where they react and show something ridiculous and people are always like, "What's this game? Ha 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 ha! What's this game?" Ha? And like the streamer like relax to it. That's what that game is gonna be.
I hate that kind of game so much, though.
You may. That doesn't mean that
like,
it's bad. It's just that's what the game is.
It does mean that it's bad.
No,
it's just.
No, it's not.
It's not a good game.
There are worse.
It's
games.
just. This game does not look good. It looks like it was just made to be a quick cash grab on being a streamer game.
It sounds funny. It looks purposefully stupid. All of that is on purpose. Like, I don't think there's any laziness.
I think it's just a quick cash grab to try and get streamers to buy it.
I'm gonna be honest with me. I do think that it's going to have those moments where people will still rage at it.
Oh, for sure, because the gameplay is supposed to be like the guy can't walk normal. Like they're gonna be angry. Why is my characters doing this? But I do feel like you have some bias towards that genre of game, Scott.
Yeah, I think it looks terrible and just looks like a cash grab.
I don't think it looks terrible, I don't think it looks terrible, nor do I think it's a cash grab, because I don't think it's going to be charged that much. And Sabarl in my chat says it's from the same creator as Getting Over It. So what, Bennett Foddy, right? I think that was the name.
I think that's the name.
All right,
I'm not looking it up. I'm not looking it up. Don't ask me to look it up.
I think it's Bennett Foddy.
Hey,
But I like that. I like that little interaction he has. Like, it's very what like Canadian. Like, hey man, where I gotta poop. Like the whole thing was like, you gotta poop real or you gotta pee. They gotta pee. It's like, you gotta pee real bad? No, not that bad. Yeah, that bad. I was like, this is so stupid and funny. So I was giggling.
The game after I'm really excited for.
Yeah. I don't think there's too much to say in terms of like nuance about that game, but it's something I'll be keeping an eye out for.
It looks really fun.
I'm dead to the world.
Look it up real quick.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey Jock, we're talking
Use
about
your
the state of play.
Use your words.
Oh right.
If you're sleepy, you don't have to be here. You can go back to.
Yeah. That's all I was going to let you know. It was like I was trying to like just come in a little bit later, but then like I said, I'll sleep a little bit longer, like just a little couple more minutes, and I looked. I was like, oh, it's been an hour.
I love how on Wednesdays, Chuck just like never gets to sleep at a reasonable time. It's always during stream time.
I had to bring the new cat, to the vet.
I thought you did that last
this
week.
Morning. He had some more stuff. Yeah, I did do it last week, and they had some more tests that didn't run, so we were still quarantining him in the bathroom. But I got sick of that shit because I was like, because he couldn't get in contact with the other cat. So I went over there and I was like, "Yo, when's the next appointment?" They're like, "The 20th." I was like, "I'm not quarantining my cat in the bathroom till the fucking 20th." They gave me an appointment this morning.
All right.
How are the
Make sure
cats
that they
getting
don't have that.
along?
Make sure they don't have that stray cat disease, and
Cinnamon Toast still
then you'll
hates
have no
him.
cat.
Cinnamon Toast still hates him. She it's like she hisses when she's supposed to smell some lust, but still hisses at him. So it's work in progress.
Yeah.
Of course, it's a work in progress. Cats hate other cats until they get used to them.
Yeah.
Cats are spiteful creatures.
Anyways, I'm just gonna go ahead and sleep for a little bit longer, and then I gotta go give Kate her purse because she left it here on accident.
All right. Well, yeah.
All
Get
right.
some sleep. Stay healthy.
And look at the state of
Pete.
play. And make sure you look at the state of play because I think there's something in it you might be interested in.
Okay.
Don't stay away from YouTube.
Okay.
Stay away from the internet.
I don't
Alright.
know what he would be staying away from YouTube for.
Oh.
I guess I'm gonna watch the state of play, but whatever.
But
Anyways,
okay.
No, when you get to
Yeah.
YouTube, just look up state of play.
Well,
State of play.
if you type in state of play, by the way, it will just spoil you on a bunch of things.
Just look up.
Because it was like the 4th or 5th option down to actually find the state of play.
Go straight to PlayStation's thing and click on PlayStation's YouTube channel. Just click on it.
okay. I will do that. I will talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye bye.
So-
Bye.
Oh, the chocolate gives me a boost. That's what the timer was for. Okay. The lung timer was telling me that since I ate chocolate, I get like a little lung boost.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Somehow you breathe better after you eat chocolate.
It seems that way.
No, it gives you an energy boost. You're on a sugar high up.
No, you
give
breathe
me-
better.
You give me an energy boost, Julian. Wish that worked in real life. That's what Pierce said.
Yeah.
Fucking yeah, it's like
That would be nice if that worked in real life.
Chocolate does give you
Like,
energy,
I could
but
eat
then you
chocolate
crash.
and still keep running.
Yeah, it's like you'll crash when you come back down off your sugar high. Anyway, fuck. So.
But Hirogami was the next one.
Yeah. Wait. Give me a second.
Hirogami is the next one.
Yeah. Yeah, Hirogami. Yeah, I'm trying to.
I can't remember what Hirogami was.
It's like the little origami, like Metroidvania looking game.
Mm-hmm.
Forms and stuff, like you can roll around as like a little ball and things.
I like it, even though in the trailer they called it paper airplane. It's a crane, damn it!
Yeah.
you dumbasses! It's an origami game. It's a crane. Fuck.
Yeah, you turn into like a little bird, like a little crane. You turn into like frog. It's really cool looking. I don't know, I just think it looks like a fun
Pierce said
little.
He doesn't get sugar highs. That's why it doesn't work for him. Oh, thank God there was a camp here. It's night and my pythons are broken.
But I'm not gonna say Hirogami looks like the greatest game, but I do think it looks fun, and I
Yeah.
definitely am excited for it.
I have absolutely.
Hopefully
no
it doesn't
memory
get.
of this.
Hopefully it doesn't
It's
go.
Crazy.
I don't know why looking at Hirogami suddenly gave me
That is kind of crazy.
Tunic flashbacks. I don't know why. Just looking at it, suddenly I got like a weird Tunic flashback. Maybe it's because in Tunic, the world has that paperish looking style. So
Yeah.
with all the polygons and shit. But who knows? But it comes out September 3rd. Please don't be a full price game.
I don't think it will be. I think it's gonna be like 40 or under.
Oh fuck! I think I threw away.
And then the game after this was Hot Shots Golf, which surprisingly
I'm actually excited for.
Which I'm surprised it's like wow, Hot Shot Golf is still a thing.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Well, Hot Shots Golf has still been a thing for a while. Like
Yeah,
they've had-
I forget that it's still like around.
I mean, they had like 2 games on the PS4. Like,
yeah, I know. I know
they
it
just
had
changed-
games. It's just that
yeah, the thing that confused everyone was that they changed the name from Hot Shots to Everybody's Golf. It's been the same game,
I
but
played that demo when it was first going around. Never got to play the full game though. We played Tunic for the game club last year.
Yeah, it was okay.
I thought it was better than okay. I really liked it. It was hard though, but it was good.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially since Hot Shots Golf had. I think they had.
I don't know. I accidentally.
They had an artistic. They had a art style change after a certain point. So I remember Hot Shots Golf
but
had
yeah.
a different art style before this, but
But everyone's golf. Hot Shots looks fun.
When I watched Hot Shots Golf, I was like, they should really franchise this and make a Final Fantasy Hot Shots Golf, like Crystal Golf or whatever the fuck they call it. Because
I'm going to be honest.
I would love to see
if they put Pac-Man in it, they should really put some other Bandai Namco stuff in it.
Yeah, I would like to say Melania.
And they might.
The super boss.
Melania.
Yeah.
I would like to see who's the big dude on the tiny horse? Radon. I'd like to see Radon, giant, doing fucking
Solaire from Dark Souls.
Solaire from Dark Souls.
The Onion.
Let's do. Is Bandai Namco Dynasty Warriors? Can we get?
No, that's Koei Tecmo.
Oh, I was gonna say, can you get Lulu to do that?
No, but we can have random anime crossover.
Chicken Suit Donald Trump. Yeah, Taco Trump.
We can have a Tales of character.
God, does anyone remember Ready to Rumble Boxing?
Yeah, I remember
God.
that. That was a long
Where they had
time
Bill
ago.
Clinton as as one of the boxers that you could use.
I don't remember any of the secrets because that was on Dreamcast, wasn't it? I never had a Dreamcast.
Yeah, one of the secret characters was Bill Clinton,
That's
and you
very
could just
funny.
box as Bill Clinton. I'm like, I would love to see that with just random presidents.
Does this game let you climb at night, like in the dark of night? That seems very dangerous.
It is.
Well, yeah, it doesn't encourage you to do it. It just can't. It lets you.
Also, how am I supposed to get more water? I accidentally destroyed one of my pythons, so I can't fix it anymore.
You don't. You die. You don't. You die. You die from thirst. Congratulations. You fucked up. Go back down to the bottom of the mountain and get more.
Going back down seems just as dangerous. I'm gonna be very honest with you.
Yeah.
Just jump for it.
That seems like a bad idea.
I'm sure you'll live.
This game is fucking stress simulator. This seems so dangerous. Why do people rock climb? Use my parachute. Thank you, Pierce. This game seems so stressful and so dangerous. Why would people do this in real life?
Why do
people
people
want
jump
things.
out of airplanes and skydive? Because they find it fun.
Yeah, but this seems like for skydiving you gotta prep and then you do the act. For this one you gotta commit.
you prep and then you do the act.
This seems like a lot.
Do the act, and then you hope you don't. When you hit the ground, you don't go splat.
What? Hold on. Sabarl's giving me tech. There's a crack near the save spot. Hold on.
Okay, so yeah. Cloud and Aerith voice actors are.
Yes,
are
I
in,
did see that.
Evil East Chronicles.
Oh, water. Clear water. Cool. Okay, first of all, I'm gonna drink. And then we'll
This
fill that up.
This game's gonna be dope. But what were we talking about? Oh right, we're done with Hot Shots Golf. So next game.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a ton to talk about with Hot Shots
I'm
Golf.
probably not gonna pick it up, but it looks fun.
Give it to me for free for PlayStation. Give me a free version of PlayStation.
I'll pick it up on sale. If it's $20 or so, then I can find it
climb
just
this
as fun
big
as
rock
a
dildo just
Mario
for fun?
or Mario Golf or something.
Okay, the next game they talked about was them just re-mentioning fucking Ninja Gaiden Ragebound.
Yeah, Ninja Gaiden Ragebound is probably going to be one that I pick up. That game looks intense and will probably upset me, but I've been really dying for a Metroidvania since Metroid Dread. That game was so good, and I'm hoping this game is good too.
And then the next game they talk about is the game Omni's playing. And you can see what's going on, so we don't really talk about this.
Yeah, Cairn is interesting, but this game is hard and it is stress. I thought this was going to be kind of quick, level by level, but no, this is deliberate. This is focused. This is very rewarding if you're into this kind of thing, but this just seems super dangerous to me. It's crazy. Can I climb this big rock dildo? Is there an achievement for it or something?
Yeah,
Look,
for the
it's a
big
big
rock
rock
dildo.
dildo. Look, it's obviously climbable, but there's nothing there to lead me up higher.
Why would you just automatically assume that you were gonna get something special for climbing the random rock dildo?
Because I should be rewarded for that. It's not like real
Yeah,
life where
you should
I'm
be
rewarded with
rewarded for climbing the rock.
Omni, there are mountain things that kind of just spike up like that and are separated from the rest of the mountain.
Yeah, in
Yeah,
real
and they
life,
can
you
still be
stand
called
there-
giant rock dildos.
Yeah, you can
Like,
stand there like Tom Cruise and throw out your exploding sunglasses. But in the video game, there should be like, I don't know, a water upgrade or something. I don't fucking know. There's wind blowing, and is that going to affect me like that?
Anyway, the next game is the classic Mortal Kombat collection.
Yeah, that game
I'm
looks
excited
really
for that.
cool. I don't think I'm gonna get it because I never really enjoyed playing those games. But man, I hope that there's like an interview or something with Ed Boon because that dude is charismatic as fuck, and I would love to get his thoughts like on all the
Fuck
games
Ed
in that.
Man, fuck Ed Boon.
You don't like Ed Boon?
I don't like Ed Boon.
Why? He seems
He's a
cool.
nerd.
Well, yeah, very much.
It's like that man is quick to sell out his franchise to whoever is fucking willing to make a movie.
Oh, I don't. Yeah, of course. I would too. Man. If I could
and then
get, if I could
and then when
Conan
it's
the Barbarian and Terminator in my game, fuck yeah.
no. I'm talking about
Yeah.
like whoever wants to make a series out of his, want to make some movie or a series out of Mortal Kombat. He's willing
If you don't like,
to give away the rights to that shit in a heartbeat.
to be fair, like WB is like a big part of that, and you know they.
Well, now they
Yeah.
are, but not. It didn't used to be.
Remember when in the cartoon he pulled the skeleton of Shang Tsung, revived it on like it right in front of him, and then pimp slapped him, and Shang Tsung's like, "You brought me back to do this." Do you remember that? Because that's the thing that happened.
no,
I'm sorry. I'm too busy
I
thinking
don't
of all
remember
the
the cartoon.
random moments
Yeah.
in the cartoon where they replayed the same fucking music or they replayed the movie music over and over again in different medi beats.
Yeah, you gotta.
I
say-
guess I just have to.
And Sonya
Discotheque
being an
will
idiot
eventually
who randomly
release it.
ran into fights
Eventually.
screaming combat time.
Yeah, because Discotheque finally re-released Street Fighter the animated series. They also are doing the Highlander animated like cartoon series,
Wow, what a
Ew.
waste.
Ugh.
and
I mean, someone out there must
the
like it.
Darkstalkers American cartoon.
Oh, where Morgan has an accurate accent
Yeah,
because
so I'm like, well, eventually they're gonna get around to the Mortal Kombat one, I guess, because
like good shit.
they're doing like every other fighting game one.
Now, I'm gonna be honest. I did enjoy the Mortal Kombat one. I enjoyed Mortal Kombat one, but I enjoyed the Street Fighter one when I was younger.
When I
But-
was a kid, sure, but I was stupid when I was a kid. Yeah.
Yeah, that's also
Yeah.
that one. But I haven't watched either of them in fucking decades.
The only reason
I gotta try and
remember that
watch
part of the cartoon
Double
is 'cause I
Dragon.
saw it on a TikTok, and I was like, "Oh yeah,
Um,
this cartoon." was
I
stupid.
do like. I never even knew about the fucking Highland cartoon until
I
like
knew about it.
years later when
Yeah.
I saw
Blonde dude is
until-
ponytail.
yeah,
as well, right?
until years after.
Yeah,
when
and it couldn't get
when we
obviously
talked
the
about it,
license for the
never knew it
violence.
existed. I never knew it existed. So I saw
What?
that episode when you talked about it. But it has netcode in it,
Yeah, roll back netcode.
and it has the Game Boy games.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
portable-
I mean, the team that's doing it does a lot of really good, like HD remasters.
And, you know, Ed Boon
Because they
shows
did
up
like
at the end.
the TMNT one and stuff like that, or the Ninja Turtles one.
You see Ed Boon on an arcade stick, sitting in an arcade machine. Good for him. I just want to go back to. I just can't wait to fucking randomly hear fucking the random stupid bullshit they say during fights because I love me some fucking Raiden going.
Well, that's Liu Kang. Liu Kang's like, oh yeah, that's
No,
Liu Kang.
Raiden does. Raiden
No,
randomly shouts out random.
No, Raiden.
He does
goes,
not just go.
No.
I'm not
it's Liu
saying it.
Kang.
I'm not saying that I had an accurate.
Raiden is. That's Raiden.
Does it matter which
Yeah.
what one they say? It's
Well,
all ridiculous.
That's
it's all ridiculous.
first of all, that's That's not derivative. That's fuck the word I can't think of because I'm gonna die here.
Demeaning?
No, not to be. Oh, that hurt. I'm gonna rest here for a little bit. That's reductive. All right. First of all, they're each their own characters. Second of all, you're the one who's like, I'm excited to see the thing. You don't even remember what you're excited about.
Yeah, because it's old. It's old Mortal Kombat. But I touched it forever. You think I remember all the crazy nonsense? I just remember they say crazy nonsense.
I do. Well, yeah, Liu Kang goes, and Raiden's like, yeah.
He's like bicycle kick. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, they are the official fighting game, the official fight. They came out with the PlayStation official fighting stick. I wonder why.
Yeah, I was very excited when I saw that. Hold on, I need to pull this up real quick because
Wonder why? It's a goddamn mystery.
I do want to buy it. I looked it up a little bit. The PlayStation blog article came out about it, and I want to go over that a little bit.
Okay, because it looked neat, but I have never bought a fighting stick because I don't have room for these things.
It's very small.
So
It's very small and thin.
Yeah, because most fighting sticks are big.
They're big, bulky things. I have one under my bed.
Yeah.
It's called Project Defiant. It'll be coming out sometime next year. This sleek new controller gives players more flexibility to play their favorite fighting games, whether that's wirelessly with the innovative PlayStation Link, and I do have a couple devices that use the PlayStation Link technology. It works very well. Or through a wired connection on PS5 or PC.
How much is it?
Here you go. They don't know. They haven't announced that because it doesn't come out.
Motherfucker!
So custom set controls for fighting games, Project Defiant. All right, here's the thing for people that are into hardware and into controllers and into fighting sticks specifically. The controller features toolless, interchangeable restrictor gates for the stick. So if you ever played touch an arcade stick and you spin the stick around and it goes tick, 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 it probably has an octagonal gate. So it means that there's 8 points of contact or points that are there. So you can shove the control stick in ways like that. Korean sticks traditionally don't have any points at all. It's just a perfect circle. So they have a square one. So you obviously push the controller to a corner, and then you move up, down, left, and right, and it has corners in the 4 corners like a rectangle. It has a circle like the Korean style, or it has the octagonal, which is more American, where you hear the tick, 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 tick. So you can choose, and it's interchangeable toolless, which means you don't need to get a screwdriver or anything. You can just have the parts in the actual arcade stick, take it apart, put it back together, because maybe you want to play Korean style on Tekken, and then you want to play TMNT with the octagonal gate. Maybe you want to play Soul Calibur with the square one. It's whatever you're comfortable with. Buttons with mechanical switches. Mechanical switches just means you get the clicky. How customizable those are, because people do love to get their own customizable switches. I don't know. It's very early on. It was just announced. And obviously wireless capability, because as far as I know, and I have looked at a lot of controllers in my years, you've never really had a wireless arcade stick. I think.
Nope, they're always. I think most of them are always corded.
Yeah, I think there's pads like the what's the one with the both hands are buttons? That fight pad or
I can't I forgot. I know what you're talking about. I
think some of those are wireless.
Don't remember the name.
This might be the first wireless stick. And then also because it's PlayStation, it will have the touchpad. It will have the L3R3. It will have the functionality to power on and power off your PS5 as like a regular controller does, because it's all designed for the PlayStation 5. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on this. I'm very excited for it. I will probably buy it. But it also looks very thin in the promotional pictures. How big it's going to be, we won't know that until much later. Pricing, we don't know yet. I am comfortable with the PlayStation Link technology because I've got a PlayStation Edge controller. I've got in-zone earbuds. I've got an in-zone headset. The wireless works well. So, and then it also says here it'll have a carry case, but I don't ever go anywhere, so whatever.
Now, my hopefully it still has a cord connected to it, regardless of the wireless.
We'll have an option for corded, yeah, and also the charge.
Yeah, because
I was gonna say that's probably gonna be the charge, just like any controller.
Because because we don't need in between Evo matches to be even longer than they already are. Because someone has to fucking recalibrate their wireless controller stick, their wireless fucking PlayStation stick. And then also the good thing is now you don't have to try and figure out now it's going to be hooked up to it, so there's already going to be part of it. You don't have to calibrate your buttons as much, unless you want to change them around for your own sake. The buttons most likely will automatically calibrate to what it should be.
Most tournaments only allow wired connections because a lot of people have wireless controllers anyway. So you're gonna, I don't think that'll particularly matter in terms of tournament play.
That is true.
You'll have to be wired.
But at least I don't have to map my buttons.
I have no more Pythons.
This time
I have to climb all the way from there to there. This seems impossible.
Good luck, nerd. But hey, no more. But no, I don't have to. Most likely. Well, I don't know. Hopefully, they automatically maps the buttons for, like, depending on which game it is after it comes out. That's calibrated for it. Who knows? We'll see. We don't know shit. I do want to bring up. A random thing I found on Twitter today. I just found on Twitter. It's called where someone said the state of weight when it's just the Bloodborne protagonist sitting next to the Hollow Knight Silksong protagonist. They're just talking looking pretty much sad, and then Morgan Freeman's in the background just standing there.
Yeah.
And then in one of the comments, someone's like, the Kingdom Hearts fan base is like, "Oh, we knew there was nothing going out for this because, of course, we knew there was nothing coming out for this because we are not stupid."
Am I fucking so...
We just had an announcement saying that we just canceled the game and we're still working on it.
Like,
no,
I understand the Silksong people, like, not for this one specifically, but being upset in general. But like the Bloodborne ones, when have you all gotten an inkling that there ever would be anything more to Bloodborne?
Like you have blood. You got that
compared to like Silksong has been announced multiple times, so I can understand people's like frustration that it has been released.
Yeah.
Also, you got that other thing coming out, y'all. Just fucking play that.
I cannot.
That thing that's Bloodborne. That's supposed to be like Bloodborne, but it's not Bloodborne. It's not Bloodborne because legally the thing with the serial number filed off.
Hold on, Julian. Pierce asked, "What the heck is Silksong?" Hollow Knight was supposed to have DLC starring a secondary character, and it's called Silksong. But it's kind of infamous for being delayed for years and years now, and it's gotten to the point where it's going to be its own game rather than DLC for Hollow Knight. But kind of an internet joke is that it's never actually coming out. And recently, with the Nintendo Switch 2 Direct, they announced Silksong for the Nintendo Switch 2 this year. So people are like waiting for more news about it. Maybe it would have shown up at State of Play. I wouldn't have expected it. Bloodborne,
I wouldn't have expected it for that.
Because
a lot of people are expecting it to show up in
Xbox Showcase. And they wanted people to be aware of that. And also, if they're going to talk about another game from the Souls team, it's going to be that game that's coming out for the Switch 2. Because they want people to buy and be excited for that game rather than another game. Okay, please continue, Julian.
Okay, so the next game on the list is game which I expect Scott to be interested in, and Jock will be interested in. Seeing more gameplay of that.
It's also another one that has already been announced months ago.
Yeah, we knew it was announced months ago, but seeing the gameplay of it's interesting. Hopeful, fucking Metal Gear Solid 3 Sigma, right?
Yeah. Delta? Delta Snake?
Delta.
Whatever. It's Delta.
Whatever. Some alphanumeric code. Whatever. Some alphanumeric thing. Okay, but it looks interesting. I can't wait to hear about.
Okay, so for anybody that's curious about that game, they showed off some specifically gameplay. They showed off more of the rolling around and the hiding and gameplay of Metal Gear Solid. They didn't really show cutscenes or a lot of character stuff because I'm sure they've already shown enough of that. They also showed that the Ape Escape DLC is going to be there. What was that second DLC they showed where he came out of that weird camo and then picked up some green little frog or something?
That's how you unlock the Ape Escape DLC.
Is that how that works? I didn't play enough Ape Escape to see the green frog.
In the game, you would find these little frogs or whatever and shoot them, and that's when you did all that, you'd get the Ape Escape.
Okay.
Stuff.
One interesting thing I did notice is that they have that the camo and the camouflage of this game is crazy.
Yeah, it looked so cool when he went out of the camo and back into it when he picked up that little frog thing.
Which, it seems weird that they're going with that because it seems like the not the normal one. I don't know how to put it. There was one you could get by beating the game without killing anyone, and it seems like that one where it would just kind of adjust and everything else.
So you think they're releasing it, or they're putting it in the? So do you think they're putting it in the normal game?
I don't know if they're putting it in the main game or if they were just showing off the fact that it still exists. For people that know about it, be like, oh, by the way, this is still there, kind of like the Ape Escape stuff. Where it's like it was mostly for people that, you know, knew it was there and were like, oh my god, it's still there.
Woo!
I hope that the ways to kill the end are still there. I liked that we got to see, like, the end, the pain, the suffering, like, all the different,
I still want,
like, bosses.
Now, Scott, do you think they're gonna still make, they're gonna leave it in of how you killed the old man with old age?
Yeah, the end. That's what I was just mentioning. Like, I hope they leave in,
That's insane.
like, the end.
That was the tutorial, Cliff?
Doesn't look so bad, does it?
No fucking way. How many systems are in this game? Because it looks like you gotta deal with rain, wind, cold.
Of course it's cold, rain, wind, and cold. It's a mountain.
Jesus.
Congratulations. You can see where Omni, like, fucked
Wow,
up.
it shows you your path that you took, I think. Is that, or is it just showing
That's
the
kinda
mountain in
neat.
general? It shows my death, thanks. Appreciate that.
It shows your death.
But yeah, no, I'm excited for Metal Gear Solid Delta. I've already, like, I've had this pre-ordered since months ago when it was first announced.
Yeah, I've never actually beaten Metal Gear Solid 3, so I'm finally ready to cross that
Wait a
off.
minute, is it showing you? Are those little dots?
I hope the method of doing the escort mission is still the same that I can do. Because it had my favorite escort mission of any video game ever to exist. Because I could just tranquilize the person and then carry them through the whole thing.
Hell yeah.
I'm like,
I mean,
you mean I can just knock them out, carry them through everything, like set them down when I need to do stuff, and then just be like, okay.
I mean, the only other one
Let's go.
the only other one that beats that in video games for me is essentially when you have to take the Deku Princess and fucking Majora's Mask. You just put her ass in the jar and then move
In
on.
a jar.
Oh, you can skip the mini game, so you can just guarantee your Python goes in. If I get this game, I'd probably do that. Make it easier on myself.
But you know, game looks good.
Game looks good. All the scenes that I want to see are still there. Like,
The Ape DLC looks goofy as fuck.
I'm assuming that the plot, based on the fact that all the scenes I wanted to see are still there, I'm assuming the plot is still going to be the same, just with a fresh coat of paint, which is kind of what I want, because Metal Gear Solid 3's plot is probably the best in the series.
I can't wait to see the boss. I can't wait to see the final boss.
Um,
The final boss fight in that
so-
game. So good.
Oh, I'm stretching. Oh, I'm stretching.
So I am extremely excited for that game, and very, very happy.
The final boss
It was
fight
nice to see more of it.
The final boss fight's gonna look so good, Scott. I swear, it's gonna be so awesome looking.
We're going to be
Yeah.
talking about Assassin's Creed in a little bit. I think I'm just going to go ahead and load up Assassin's Creed Shadows. I've never tried to stream it, though, because it's on my PC, and it's a little resource heavy. So I'm gonna put
Let's see what happens.
I'm gonna put my stream on BRB, and then I'm gonna boot up that game. So we'll be
Let's
back
see what
in
happens.
like 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah.
So, Cairn is really cool. I suggest playing the demo. If this is your bag and you like the actual systems in a game and a challenge and not just like rushing through things, you'll definitely get a lot of this. That last little part where I was climbing felt very satisfying, but it does seem like there's a lot of systems like getting your hunger, your health, your water, your hunger, your water, your air intake, your stamina. It looks like there's a lot of things going on. So this game will be very rewarding if you're into this.
I have no patience, so
Yeah.
I cannot play.
Yeah. This is not a game. This is not arcade. This is very much a
Yeah.
pseudo simulator. So we'll do a BRB. I'll be back in 3 or 4 minutes with hopefully Assassin's Creed running, but we'll be back.
Yeah. system in for PSP that had a microphone that you could talk into it and it would translate.
There is nothing on screen. There will never be
they had
anything
romance.
on screen.
I forgot that One Piece Romance Dawn was.
Don't play it.
There we go.
It sucks ass.
Yeah, I'm not gonna.
One Piece Romance Dawn is like the worst JRPG I've ever played in my life. Because it wants you to grind so much more than you ever should in any game.
Oh no, I wasn't gonna even touch it, but I'm just like looking.
Yeah,
at it, like, oh,
because like I bought that once, and I was just like, or I actually have the 3DS version because it was limited to 1,000 copies in the entire U.S. or something like that. So each one's individually numbered, and I bought it, and I'm just like, wow, this game sucks. Because it's like, oh, you need to be like level 6 to get through the second boss? Cool. How much experience do I need to get up a level? 200 experience? Alright, neat. How many experience does an enemy give you? 1? Awesome. This is great. I'm having so much fun with this. What's that? There's limited amounts of enemies per level? Cool, that's fun.
sounds annoying.
You just have to keep replaying the same missions over and over.
That start with shadows.
Oh, gotta download this because I can't. I'm not gonna fucking. This is the only chance I'm gonna be able to play fucking Phantasy Star Portable 2 because finding a copy of that, even back when I was trying to find a copy of it, was
yeah, it was rare and expensive.
All right, the stream is updated. I also should lower the audio because this is gonna be a lot.
Never heard of Ragnarok Tactics. It sounds familiar. Ridge Racer.
Okay. How do I
live without you?
How do I live without you? How do I adjust the contrast? Because this is gonna look very weird on stream with the way that I play this game.
Are you gonna go for all achievements now?
I don't know. I like playing the game.
There wasn't a whole lot to do because they don't require you to do everything.
I'll explain that in a little bit, but let's go ahead and go to the next game on
There are versions of Sakura Wars 1 and 2 on the PC.
Yeah, dude. Nobody knows about it because nobody cares about that series. That series sucks.
Anyway, ignoring Omni and his stupidity, the next game that they talked about is Neo.
Neo 2.
Which
3.
I forgot there was a Neo 2.
Neo 2 was cool. It was hard though. It was cool though.
Yeah,
I never played a single Neo game.
You can make a custom character.
I never played Neo at all, so.
I streamed the first Neo.
They're fun.
I never beat it, but
really hard.
Yeah, I mean it's the closest I'll ever get to a Dark Souls game was the first 2 Neo games. But
also, looking at the gameplay of it, it's like why would you bother being a normal samurai or in the normal samurai mode when you just be a ninja and have and be able to dodge a lot better instead of just standing there taking hits like a dumbass.
I mean, you probably will die faster, or like it's probably a more I don't want to say skill based one because I'm sure in that game, no matter what you do, you're gonna have to use quite a bit of skill.
Yeah, this game,
but like more of a different style, like whether you play more like Sekiro essentially, or you play more like Neo.
Yeah, it just didn't really do a good job of showing it off the samurai. Interesting play style.
I want to adjust the
because the samurai's getting his shit rocked in every single
options. Here we go.
Also,
I'm sure they'll talk more about it before it comes out too.
Also, someone sent me a picture of the forearmed Oni demon and said,
God.
Lighting, shadow quality, no. Water quality, no. Characters, no.
But yeah, Neo 3, it looks really good if you
watch the game like I played it, and it's gonna be very interesting.
Yeah. If you like the first 2, it looks really good. It's nice that it's open world now.
I have things to say. Neo 1 was single character focused. You played as that weird white Englishman who went to Japan and killed a bunch of Oni.
Yeah, William.
You created your own character and you went through like the realms and killed a bunch of dudes. That game was the second one I feel was a lot darker and sadder than the first one, but it was also really hard. There was a lot more mechanics in the game, but the weapons they added were really, really cool. I'm interested in seeing how Neo 3 goes. I honestly am not sure that I will buy it because there's so many Souls-like games that I'm already balls deep in. But wow, you can see that person walking away from here, like from way over here. Feel the depth isn't, or I'm sorry, the draw distance is crazy in this game. But yeah, I'll probably check it out. I'll keep an eye on it. I don't know if I'm gonna buy it, but open world Neo's finally becoming the Dark Souls game that it always wanted to be. Is what I'll say. If it's truly open world.
It felt like a natural progression for it because, to your point, like it's now feeling more like
look at how dark
its roots essentially.
Oh, you can't see it on my stream. You guys are seeing the game normal, but on my monitor, it's just pitch black. This is interesting.
So I guess it's your monitor, not.
Yeah, my monitor is making it is so good. But yeah, for me, this is total blackness.
I can see what's going on.
This is what people see when they're playing the game normally. That's crazy.
Yeah. Well, Omni just got to play it with delay.
No, I'm playing it on my monitor. Okay, so just to be clear, I have 2 monitors, and my second monitor is just all the game with the. This is normal.
Why don't you adjust the settings?
So here's
he likes it like that.
I like it the way that I have it on my monitor, but for the way this chat sees it. So I'm gonna explain a couple things. All right. When you're looking at the game on my stream, like you can see where the line of the sea is, like where the line of the sea and the sky meet. I'm not to quote a fucking Moana song. On stream, it's very gray. It's diluted. The color isn't sharp. On my monitor, it is blue, and right when they touch, there's a dark blue line where they touch to show the gradient changing. For when you're not watching stuff in HDR or with high contrast, the color is dull, and there's a lot of I don't think bloom is the right word, but this grayness that that everything's there, that white saturates the colors, so it brings whiteness to everything that you're seeing on my screen. Like you see under her sword, there is the designs of her assassin's robes. I can't see any of that. I can see the gold on the sword and the shape of the sword, but I cannot see any of that embroidery that's on her. But because the sun is to my front right, if I turn my camera, now I can see what you're seeing because of the way that the lighting works on here. So it's, for the way my monitor works, it's really interesting, and the way that HDR makes things sort of pop and color. The negative of this is that when you're seeing it in person, everything is darker, right? Some brights are really bright, but for the most part, everything is darker. So like you usually have to raise your contrast and raise your brightness a bit to get everything to pop. But on my home screen, this game looks incredible. It looks really
reaction. What is normal?
Yeah. So
what is normal? What is home?
HDR is just like what does HDR stand for? It's like I don't want to say high definition. I think it's something else, but it's just, it's just resolution.
Yeah.
It's,
oh my god! Yeah, because that's the R and
it's just like color contrast. It makes blacks blacker and whites whiter, and that makes everything else pop a lot more. Shut up, Ronan.
Did I just quote Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy randomly without even thinking about it?
I didn't even hear you, so maybe.
What is because Pierce said in chat, "What is normal?" I said, "What is home? What are cows?" It's like, god damn it.
All right, well, let's go somewhere and do something.
Anywhoosies, Neo, it's hard. It's hard. Also, at the end, they name drop somebody.
They always do. It's very set in Japanese history. Like all 3 games are extremely set in Japanese history.
Yeah, so we're going through Tokugawa Ieyasu's story in this.
Yeah, that's really cool. I was very exciting. I thought Scott would be more excited about it too because we just played through Shadows, but
he's not. But he's not wearing yellow and punching people.
Well, that's Samurai
Well,
Warriors.
the other thing is too, Omni, you have to remember, I was trying to just quickly get through this. so I didn't watch with audio, and I was watching at 1.5
Oh.
speed.
Yeah.
So, like,
Tokugawa being name dropped after we just finished Assassin's Creed got me real excited. I was like, oh yeah, I want to keep the story going, because that, assuming it's the rise of Tokugawa, that's very much like
So we're
middle of our story, the end of our
So
story.
most likely
Yeah.
the dude he was talking to the dude he was talking to might have been Hideyoshi.
Hideyoshi was in
I need to
Neo
take
2.
a picture of this. If you're in my Discord, I'm gonna show you something. Hold on.
Yeah.
I absolutely have to take a picture of this.
Spoilers for anyone that cares for Neo 2. I'll give a few seconds. Neo 2, the main character that you play as is half of Hideyoshi.
Oh, okay. But
there's two characters. You meet a character named Hide, and he calls you like Yoshi or whatever, or something along those lines. And together you are Hideyoshi.
I get it. But so this will be.
And the first game is obviously you fight Nobunaga. That's the main villain of the first game.
This will be interesting. I wonder if Hideyoshi's subordinates in this too. You know, the one who hated freaking Ieyasu.
All right. If you're on my Discord, I just sent a picture to gaming. These are my two monitors side by side. All right. On the left hand side is what you're seeing, the game, right? Like you can see that at the bottom of the staircase, there's a light source. You can see Naue in her red thing. To the right is the exact same scene, but on my HDR monitor. It is
what the fuck?
Almost pure black.
You can't see shit.
This is how I played 100 hours of Assassin's Creed Shadows, and I loved it. It is, when you're in shadows, you're in fucking shadows, man. Like, this is how I played the game. It blows my mind that you can, because the way on the left is more traditional game. That's what most people see when they play. I'm playing on this crazy high contrast, high color. Yeah, that
you are an insane person.
Yeah, I love it though. It looks so cool when you're like, when you fall into the shadows, or when you're walking through the forest at night, and because the way that this game renders things, all the lighting makes all the leaves from the top of the trees like shadow over your face, and you're walking through it. It's very cool. But yeah, it's that what I put on the Discord. That's what normal people see. I see what's on the right hand side.
God,
and I guess I got to do this Kofun with Yasuke because I can't move this fucking thing. So we're gonna turn into a large black man.
Yeah. God, my only issue with Yasuke's gameplay was how like cumbersome he runs.
Wait, hold on. Yasuke's a large black man.
Did you?
Yeah,
Yasuke.
That's Yasuke.
It doesn't look like Shadow's Night when they run up the stairs in Shadow, because everything is a monster in this game. What was I about to say about Yasuke?
I said he runs very cumbersome.
Did you notice?
And I said that was the only really bad, really annoying thing.
You can rationalize it, right? But I like immersion in my game, so like this is how I took it. In the game, Yasuke has this thing where if you're sprinting with him, he can bash through doors. There isn't a button to push. It's just that as soon as you start running, his run has a tackle property to it. So you can attack doors, people, enemies, whatever. Because I like immersion, it was very jarring to me that when I played as Naue, if I was running through a city with people, some of them would look at me, most people would ignore me, but if I was this huge black dude running through them, they acted scared. They got out of my way. They noticed me, and I was like, wow, that's really cool. Because if I was somebody that different in a world, in a land like this, it would be very obvious, and it puts it. I mean, it's very subtle, and maybe I'm reading too much into it, but it does shine a light on how a black person really can't hide their blackness, no matter where they are, what they're doing. Because he's literally Nobunaga's samurai.
Well, I mean, when you're the only literally the only black person in all of Japan.
Yeah, but like no matter how hard he works, no matter how many titles he earns or what kind of reputation he has, he'll always be noticed as a large black man first. So I thought that was some subtle storytelling there as well. So I like that. Also, I love tackling people. I don't know if you did it in fights a lot, but it's very fun to tackle people.
Nah, most of my fighting was counter, attack, counter, attack.
Yeah. We'll
The weapon I had would just do 100% of damage on a counter. So
we'll talk more about that because I have a lot to say about that. But I kind of just want to watch my stream screen because it's much easier because I am walking through total darkness. To the point where in these Kofuns I had to turn on these lights so that I could see.
Well, yeah, which is what the game intends for you to do. But
what's the next game after Neo 3, Julian?
Give me a second. I had to put that. I had to move my list because I was working on something. Because it's on my phone, so I was like texting. I was messaging someone. The next game is Thief VR.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna pick that up. As soon as I saw that, I was like, "This looks like Thief. Is this Thief in VR? Is this Thief VR?" The title.
Yeah,
VR.
I saw the PS2, like the PSVR 2 logo, and then I was like, "Oh, that's neat." And then I'm like, "Wait, that's Thief, huh? That's neat." Like,
yeah. Once I saw the water arrow be shot, I was like, "Oh, this is absolutely Thief."
Remember, everyone, if you find a shiny thing that looks like an eyeball, don't pick it up because it's about to shove its way into your other. It's about to shove its way into your head.
You should have told that to Doctor Strange first and foremost.
yeah.
Well, the Eye of Agamotto doesn't go in his eye.
But yeah, no, like Thief, I feel like that's gonna be a really fun game for people that have PSVR.
Yeah, I'll be picking that up. It looks fun.
I'm not one of them. The next game is Tides of Tomorrow, which Splatoon looking weird.
Tides of Tomorrow. What was Tides of Tomorrow? Wait, which one is Tides of Tomorrow? That's not Sea of Remnant, is it?
No, that's later.
Tides of Tomorrow is it's a game where essentially where there are aspects of it where you can see what other people have done and it can help affect and you can use it to affect your story or not.
Oh, yeah. I'm interested in that.
Where like you can see where you see that somebody pushed some dude off a pier and then he comes back all fucking with
there it is.
with the stigma essentially and whatever sickness they have in the stupid thing.
Yeah, okay. I wanted to talk about that. And I also wanted to because that'll lead me into the Sea of Remnants thing. I'm interested in that game because that idea, I could see somebody thinking of that, and it really made obvious to me that we're in an era where you can have ideas like that and actually make them into a game, because there's a lot going on to make that happen. You have to have the game like create different routes that are, that each have scripted events into all of them. They all need to react the same way each time so that the game runs smoothly the way that the developer intended it. So I'm really interested in seeing that. It's basically like parkour action puzzle game. And so it caught my attention. It's got the aesthetic and like labeling of you're in a multiplayer or, like your single player multiplayer game. But really what it is it's just a puzzle. You have to find the right route to do the right thing and react accordingly. So I'm very excited to get into for more news to come out about that.
This sounds like a multiple ending game.
Maybe. Or maybe there's only supposed to be one ending and you have to work hard to find it.
Well, no. Even dead ends are still...
I'll give you a dead end. I don't know. I feel like I might be the only one that's excited about that. What do you guys have anything to say about it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it looks bad, but I'm not personally excited for it.
I love these fake ass gamer tags I have.
Oh, like Jake362 or some shit. Alex Balls or something.
But Omni, after playing Marvel Rivals and seeing gamer tags, I'm not surprised.
I didn't know you were playing Marvel Rivals these days.
Yeah. One of my Final Fantasy friends got me into it and helped me learn how to play something, helped me understand some things, because I don't feel like actually putting in any effort to learn how to play other DPS that I actually have to move around and jump and fucking bullshit like Spider-Man.
Well, I only played it once on stream, and I fell in love with Captain America, so I like that.
I don't like healing, and tanking is interesting, but I don't like being relied on like that. So, but eventually I might. Who knows? I don't care. I'm taking a break. I only play it like 2 times. I tell everybody I only play it 2 times a week. Other days I need to do something else because I'm trying to go through my video game libraries and actually beat some of the things I have on my PS4. I finally got through all of
High dynamic resolution. That's what it was.
I finished all of Tales Arise.
Okay.
I have words for that. I have words for that game.
Okay. I still have to
Everybody rages at Marvel.
play it.
And there are other things that and also because I don't want to get into that small frame of my life where I played Overwatch and was toxic as fuck. But somehow I have not fallen back into that way.
That's exactly why I can't play those games. I'm becoming a version of myself I don't like when I play those games.
I have not fallen back into that line of thinking, except for when I kill someone who deserves it. Sometimes you can't help but when you get a good kill you pop off. That's normal. Yeah, I don't really have any anything to think about besides the time. Except that weird quip I said. It's like the sickness. I'm like, it's the stigma. It's the stigma from Advent children. Yeah. They all have the stigma.
They all have the stigma. It's very funny. Well, if Sephiroth shows up in that game, it's Game of the Year. So I'll just put that out there.
Okay, before we get to see merchants, they brought up that Astrobot has more.
Oh, I did.
Yeah, more free DLC.
I did want to talk about that.
Yeah.
The DLC looks fun. I'm sure it'll be good. All the rest of the levels are good. If you haven't played Astrobot, you have a PS5, do yourself a favor and pick it up. It's very good. They mentioned that they're going to do a re-release of the Asobi Astrobots controller, but he said with the change.
Yes.
I'm hoping that means they're going to do an Astrobots Edge controller, because if they are, I will buy it. It will probably be like $250, but I will pick it up.
I just want to buy the Team Asobi Astrobot controller in general because it's adorable as hell.
Yeah, it's very cute. So I did want to mention that. I hope it's an Edge version of the controller. But I'm very excited.
It's nice to see Sony giving this company even more money for
Chat, I am looking at what you're seeing so that I can walk through this hallway, just so you're aware.
They also are adding the person from Ghost of Yotei in it. So cool, good for them. Okay, the next game is Sea of Merchants.
I am curious about that game. I'm not excited per se, but I wanted to talk about that game because that's another one where it really cemented the idea that we're in an era where developers are taking advantage of the power of the new hardware. Because there's a scene in that trailer where they have the entire island showing. There's stuff happening on the beach. You're on a ship going through the ocean, and a monster comes and leaps next to your ship. And I was like, oh wow, somebody had this exact image in their head and put it together, and it looks really good. I
love Wind Waker.
Yeah.
Wind Waker to Sea of Thieves.
but Wind Waker doesn't have that much going on. They circumvented that by having a lot of blue and very small islands. This one looks like they're really putting all their pussy into it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I do be brave when I say that.
I do enjoy the art. I do enjoy the art style of this, where they're weird puppet people.
The Monkey Island art style.
I'm gonna head off to have a good one, Pierce. I hope you had a good.
Yeah, it's like Monkey Island, except all the people are wooden puppets.
It looks very much like Monkey Island to me, as far as their style. It looks good.
It's not.
I like the Monkey Island.
I am interested.
Yes.
But there was one thing that kind of confused me. Is the game? Is this is there an open world style, but then you go into battle and suddenly it does RPG mechanics? Because there was that part where they were fighting the mermaid, and suddenly they got hit by an attack and numbers just started flying.
Yeah, it looked like It looked like Expedition 33 for a second. I was like, is this turn-based combat?
Is it's gonna be turn-based? Is it gonna be a turn-based game with battles, and then you do the pirate stuff and on its own? Because if so, I am so.
Yeah. Is it in the world of Sea of Thieves? Is that?
No, it's a different.
Yeah.
Is it?
It looks different from Sea of. No, Sea of Thieves had normal pirate people, while these are puppet people. It's different. It's also from the thing that nothing Ubisoft was linked in this game at all. There's it says Ubisoft in it.
I thought it was.
I don't know, because it also does have a very similar name, to the point where people are going to assume that.
Yeah, but no, there's no Ubisoft has no.
Are you sure?
I haven't seen anything. connecting it back to Ubisoft.
Also,
And
hey,
that's
Serlina.
because they usually say like what company's working on this, yada yada. And Ubisoft would have plastered their name all over this shit.
I don't know. I don't know if they want to do a pirate game after. Did Ubisoft?
Yeah, so most likely, if it's anything,
I
it's
thought
most it's
Rare did Sea of Thieves, not Ubisoft.
Yeah, Rare did.
Rare did.
yeah, but there's no mention of them either.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, there were very little developer like mentioned at all.
Oh, I know. Ubisoft did Skull and Crossbones.
Yeah,
that
they
other
did Skull
game.
and Crossbones.
Yeah,
other
which-
game that wasn't as
which
interesting.
was-
That one did not do as good.
Yeah, and they had to do
Which was
that
worse.
legally, otherwise they would have been sued by the country of, was it in Indonesia? There was a country they really fucked over. There's a
But
lot of story.
but the next game they talked about was Sword of Sea, made by the people who made Journey.
Yeah, that one was
gotta hate-
pretty.
The team
That looks
Squid
great.
People, what they're called.
Yeah, I played.
Like-
I played and loved the Pathless. I still haven't played Journey to this day. So I'm excited.
I
to see
had
what
that whole
game looks like.
collection on PlayStation 3 where fucking Flower. Flower. It's like watch petals get blown away in the wind. It's a tech demo.
Oh, that
It's
was
just-
Flow, right?
No, it was called
Was it called
Flower,
Flower?
or something like that.
I vaguely
It was-
remember that.
It's so.
Okay, why is it called? Why do they call it Sea of Merchants when it's actually Sea of Remnants?
I don't know.
Because if you search Sea of Merchants, nothing pops up other than
Yeah,
like a board
I
game.
yeah,
remember
I
being
see Sea of
called
Remnants.
Sea of
Remnants.
I
It's-
wrote down what.
Right,
I
but
wrote
if you
down-
look at like the thing on PlayStation's official thing, like
Is
YouTube,
this water?
the
So black. I thought it was.
I forgot what they're called. Like the fucking hell, I don't remember what they're called, but the little things that bring you to specific
Fish.
games.
Oh my
The
god.
chapter. annotation.
The chapter annotations calls it Sea of Merchants.
Yeah, it's so confusing. That's why I wrote down. That's why I wrote it down. I wrote it
Well,
down.
and also at the
I saw
beginning
one-
of it, it's called Sea of Merchants, and then at the end, it's called Sea of Remnants.
Yeah, it's
and I'm
called
like,
Sea of Remnant. That's what I remembered.
yeah, but at the beginning of it, it shows Sea of Merchants.
Maybe it was like a PR thing where it's like, we're a sea of merchants, we're a sea of thieves, we're a sea of adventure, or some bullshit.
Either that, or maybe it was originally called Sea of Merchants, and then they changed the name, so they were like, here's Sea of Merchants, but by the way, it's now called Sea of Remnants.
I remember Sea of Remnant. Okay, I got what the fuck? I
But
went
the
through this
game
whole
looks
Kofun
interesting.
For a purple head.
I always love me on a good pirate motif that's not stupid. The next game to talk about is FBC Firebreak,
Okay.
where it's supposed to be like a multi-team shooter, which looks like it's gonna be free on PlayStation.
Yeah, but you know where
Yeah,
you know like, where it's gonna be, right? Remember
I'm
we
good
played,
on that.
Remember we played Control, and we were in like the House of Secrets or whatever.
Oh,
That's where it's gonna be. It's by Remedy. It's in the world of Control and Alan Wake. Your team is fighting ghosts and shit that are in the House of the House of Mystery, the House of Secrets. What the hell is it called?
I think it was House of Secrets.
Whatever it is. Yeah, that's so I'm very interested in that because I really did love that world, and I thought that place was really cool.
Yeah, I just don't want like a squad
Squad-based
shooter type thing.
I guess.
Yeah.
I knew you weren't gonna be too keen on that, but like I'm
Like the
excited for it.
story, I agree with you. I loved the story of like I loved
if
the
it's free or
lore of Control more than most of Control. Like
So after this, they talk about a couple of games coming out for PlayStation catalog, like Deus Ex, the PlayStation 2 version of Deus Ex,
I'm gonna skip
Twisted
it.
Metal 3 and 4.
I might actually download and try it.
what, Twisted Metal 3 and 4?
Yep.
I mean, might as well. It's
'cause
free.
One and 2 are basically the same game, but 3 and 4 maybe they're different. in
And
my
then also Mist and Arisen.
You
Yeah,
can arise my mist. Well, no, that isn't good. So just pretend I never
And
said
they talked about the Days of Play, which is going to have like a bunch of, but they're going to have a bunch of shit going on. And next, okay, so the next actual game, which I have a whole full thing for, is 007 First Light.
Yeah,
They spent a good
I love
amount of
James
time
Bond.
on this, surprisingly.
Yeah, I love James Bond.
Oh, it's essentially James Bond. It's essentially James Bond back when he was,
It's
baby
a-
college boy.
Yeah, it's a new origin story for him, and I'm very
Yeah,
excited to see them.
That's why the people that made Hitman, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, IO Interactive.
Which is why it looked very like when I first saw it, I'm like, this looks very much like Hitman.
Yeah, but I'm glad they're not doing the systems based. That it's more action. Action-based.
Like I said, less misogyny, more action.
Yeah. A little bit of misogyny.
He is not hit up.
Hitman had misogyny.
No, I'm talking about for 007.
Yeah, 007.
Oh. I was like, I don't remember Hitman being.
I'm pretty sure Hitman was
misogynist.
a unit because that dude was not interested in sex at all.
He was interested in the one handler.
I'm interested in the handler. You're confusing us.
That was the whole point of Blood Money.
I never played Blood Money.
I'm surprised the dude who played Hitman wasn't.
Timothy Olyphant?
No. I'm sorry, the actual. No, not the dude who played Hitman, the actual character. But the next game is Ghost of Yotei.
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 Ghost of Yotei.
Very small teaser, almost nothing shown except that wolf teeth looks like it's about to fucking rip and tear.
Yeah.
That's a Final Fantasy 14 reference.
Like, it's also one of those things of.
It's like sword, Jemison, fucking.
If I remember correctly, they did say that they're going to show more later.
Yes,
but the game also comes out in like 3 months, so.
Most likely they're going to have its own special.
Or August or September.
The point, if I remember correctly, the point of that teaser was to announce that they're going to have a full-length state of play for Yotei in July.
Essentially, the only thing I need to know: can you pet the wolf?
I'm sure you can.
Probably.
If you can,
You have to pet the goodest boy.
You have to.
I mean, that game literally had, I think, Ghost of Tsushima had a trophy for petting a dog.
Yeah, but
So.
Most likely the state of play for that game is going to come out sometime in July.
This game is pretty. I'm sorry.
And then and then the last game that they announced was one that kind of slapped me in the face with how surprised I was about that.
It was neat.
The game I have dubbed Marvel minus Capcom.
it's Marvel minus Capcom.
Or Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls, which is let's take Marvel, Japanese the fuck out of it, and make it, and it's a fucking Arc Systems fighting game. Everybody who wanted Dragon Ball FighterZ 2, this is what you're not. This is why you're not getting it.
Yeah, you can go fuck yourself if you wanted Dragon Ball FighterZ 2. That's what Julian said. You can go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
I'm actually fixing the coloring in my stream. Wow,
See,
is awesome.
Part of my thing with like why I'm not as excited for this is number one, I need to know what single player aspect it's gonna have, because I'm definitely not like a huge. I'm gonna only play online 100% of the time.
Bro,
number two is Arc System has put out some really terrible fighting games as well. So especially Kill la Kill. Which was an Arc System fighting game that was an abomination.
I feel like that was a contractual obligation more. Wanted to work on.
But like even like Dragon Ball FighterZ eventually just became not great. They started releasing too many DLC characters that just weren't started breaking systems.
Dragon Balls. That's what happens when you have Dragon Ball money being thrown at. It's gonna, that's why everybody's expecting this game to be a little better, because
I also need to know how many characters there are, because if all the characters we saw were the ones there, I'm like, it's
I doubt
fine.
that it's only going to be just the 8. Most likely it's going, because since it's I doubt that there's going, most likely since it's a beginning Arc Systems game, the first initial amount of characters ain't gonna be more than 20. If it's gonna be either between 16 or 20.
Yeah, because when you're doing 4v4, like, I definitely need, like, quite a lot of characters, because if not, that's going to get old real fast.
Also, with how they explained, with the video, they explained it afterwards. So, it's going to be a weird mixture. Because I don't know how much KOF you played, Scott, but do you remember how essentially how
quite a bit of KOF.
You remember how KOF 2001 worked, where you would pick where one of the games you could either have your characters where you use all of them, and they all have their own level. They have mediocre pools of health, or you pick one person, and then essentially it. And you have everybody else be assists while that one person keeps has a much bigger pool of health.
Let's pause real quick and take a step back because we immediately started with Scott being less than impressed. Marvel, a new Marvel fighting game by Arc System Works, the people that did Dragon Ball Fighters, Kill la Kill, Guilty Gear, is being developed and is expected to be released next year. And they showed 8 characters because the clutch of this system, or the thing of this system, is that it will be a 4v4 tag fighter. So if you're into Marvel and you're into fighting games, it can be very exciting, but there's very little info else put out. I did see a reaction by a fighting game streamer named Sajam, and he was pumped, and he was calling out things that I never would have called out. I never would have seen or understood, but it looked cool. I love Tokusei Iron Man.
Yeah.
I love all the art styles. I love fucking Storm.
Although I think Kamala Khan was looking a little
anime.
light.
She looked like an anime.
Like, I was saying she looks a little light. She was looking a little too whitish.
Oh yeah.
I blame them.
Like,
no, it's like once again, everyone's like, it's just the lighting. It's just the lighting engine on the character. Then all the character to wear their dark. It's not hard.
Like,
at least
Storm was looking great.
Storm was fucking woo.
Storm made me feel things.
I still think
but
Ghost Rider
I also
and
just
Star-Lord
love
should
Storm
have
in
their
general.
body
She's a
types changed
badass.
because not Storm, fucking Ghost Rider and Star-Lord should have their fucking body types changed because Ghost Rider's usually Ghost Rider and most of his appearances in comic books and everything is usually buffer than fucking Star-Lord.
I'm gonna tell you why.
Star-Lord is fucking small.
I'm gonna tell you why for that. That's not Johnny Blaze. That's that's Daniel something. I can't remember his last name.
That's what
Ghost Rider, if I'm not mistaken.
That's why in his Ultimate he was driving a hot rod because he doesn't
that's
drive
what someone
a
brought up to
motorcycle.
me.
He drives a hot
That's
rod.
That's what someone brought up to me.
He was also the Ghost Rider that was in the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. series, so he's known to the newer generation, and I like him because he's representing Mexicans. Because Mexicans do be loving hot rods and lowriders, so I'm very excited to see that Ghost Rider show.
Yeah, because that's what I was texting a friend about earlier, and after we got back from the break, and I was having a hard time getting my list back up, because he told me, he's like, yeah, that's another Ghost Rider. I'm like, okay, I forgot there are more than one.
There's quite a few more than Johnny Blaze.
Yeah, there's more than 2. There's more than 2 of them.
What I will say, since I did seem less than impressed earlier, is that, like, on a positive note, I am very happy that we're not, how should I put this, kind of like Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite was, where it doesn't seem like we're bound by what Disney wants to market as a movie. So we can have characters like Ghost Rider in it, we can have characters like Storm in it, we can have characters like, Kamala Khan in it, and things like that. I'm really happy with that.
Yeah, we did see representation from the mutants, the Avengers. I don't know what they're going with Kamala Khan with, but she was not a mutant. What were her people called? The people they got their powers from the moon or some shit. I can't remember.
I don't remember off the top of my head. But
in one of the levels, you can see the Baxter Building, which is the Fantastic Four headquarters. It had the big 4 on it, so there is some 4 representation. Maybe they're holding off on revealing.
I mean, if you're gonna have a 4v4 fighting game,
comes
it'd be kind of stupid not to have the Fantastic Four.
Yeah, maybe they're holding off until like the Fantastic Four movies is a little bit closer or releases or something.
But it is nice that we're getting a good amount of character representation.
Because the thing that was holding back Marvel vs. Capcom was they weren't really keen on using the X-Men, and you need the X-Men in a strong Marvel versus game.
Yeah, well, no. It was Disney and Marvel who didn't want to do that because they're like, we're not promoting these characters, so we don't want to have them in it.
Yeah.
So
it was very much they wanted to sell movie tickets versus a video game, whereas now it seems more like they're just willing to be like, okay, you want to make a game with these characters, great.
Well, Disney has the mutants now, right? Beast was in the Marvels.
Well, also,
but they're not making movies with them, really. We don't know if they will or not.
I've heard rumors
because
Wolverine was in Deadpool. The X-Men were in.
Yeah,
Deadpool.
Wolverine. Well, a few X-Men, but not. The X-Men.
They're
you didn't see Storm,
back.
you didn't see...
Well, most of them were dead.
Like, You didn't see Magneto. You're not.
Hellraiser's not dead. Hellraiser's not dead. No.
But-
He didn't die in the
Well,
movie.
remember? Did you watch Deadpool versus or Deadpool Wolverine? Because they're like an alternate universe. Because remember, they've already established the multiverse and all that bullshit. So in that universe, they were all dead because Wolverine got them killed. Spoiler?
It's
They were dead.
the universe Wolverine, or that Wolverine. Yeah, they were all dead.
Yeah.
Even in Deadpool's universe, technically they were dead because it's the X-Men Last Stand universe.
Oh, true.
Like,
but what was it? So in the random thing where after they showed the trailer, they randomly rewind the talking. They did like I said, they did mention that it's going to be essentially like multiple ways. Right now, they only mentioned 2 ways of how it goes. Essentially, you have all 4 characters who will just tag in and tag out with each other, which will be, and then you have where you can choose what characters only work as assists and what characters don't. So you could have a character where it's like, oh, I'm only here for assists. I don't give a shit.
I'm a Ghost Rider main. I know Ghost Rider's anti-airs. I know his combos. I know how he reacts.
And then everybody, you can have,
but I'm gonna have Captain America, Spider-Man, and Doom as my assists. I don't know them, but I know that Captain America throws a shield so that when I do my Ghost Rider combo, I can have Captain America set me up for another combo. Like that. That's just using your assists.
Yeah, because King of Fighters had a system like that, where essentially it's like you have one character who does most, or you could set it up where it's either you use all 4 characters as for a fighting thing, or you make the rest of the characters assists. Right, that's characters, but but I think it was only 3 characters instead of 4.
Yeah, and the other method to contrast to what I said earlier, to what I just said, and just to elaborate on Julian's point, or if you know, like I know Kamala Khan, I know Spider-Man, I know Captain America, I know Iron Man, I know all their combos, their punishes, I know how they interact with each other. I can play one for one character, one to back them up for what they're not strong at. Like I know them, I'm gonna swap them out and go from there. So you can swap them out, and I don't know how the health bars are gonna work. They haven't gone into
essentially how the health bars work, most likely it's gonna work the same way it did in KOF, where if you had one character that had multiple assists, their health pool was huge. It was bigger than having having the other team that had multiple characters that could be all used. So essentially, you would have in another fighting game which I recently just played, in Tatsunoko vs. Capcom, there were 2 characters who were giant. They couldn't have they could not team up with anybody, and they had bigger health pools than the other characters who could team up because they were the only person there, only people who would be there. So you would have to do a lot more damage to them to get their health down. But it's not like they would do more damage to you to kill you because your health was shared in that game. That was different. So most likely either they're going to all share health, which is the one thing, or they're going to have separate health bars, because until we get a UI and more details, I don't really know.
That's what
my thing is,
we don't really know.
My thing is, if they were most likely, since its arc system works, most likely, if they're just gonna take the thing from, if it's either they're gonna take the thing from fighters where they all have separate health bars and you just kill them one after another, and
we'll find out.
Or they might make it a single one. And then the other thing is, there's 2 things that this game hopefully the Arc System Works understands that they need to come out with the get-go, and they need to convince Marvel to fund this shit from the get-go. That failed DBZ, that made DBZ such a shit show in the beginning. Roll back netcode, because Harada fucking was huge against rollback netcode until he finally succumbed and accepted that it's needed for fucking fighting games. You can't just use your own fucking shit.
It's gonna have rollback. I have no.
So that's obvious. The second one is that they need something that Dragon Ball added later as well, that they should have had from the get-go, which was having multiple people be able to play this game at once. So, essentially, say the 3 of us randomly decided to play fucking Dragon Ball FighterZ. I know that's not going to happen, but let's say we did. We could literally, each of us fight by ourselves. Yes, you can still, use assists, but one of us
tag each other in.
Yeah, we tag each other in. We can still call each other for assists, and we can't, and the other person can't stop it.
Dead or
but
Alive
we would be
5 did
able
that.
to. yeah, we could still call each other. We could still call each other and hit, slap, kick, and then kick, and then and then swap out to somebody else. And it's like that needs to be that should really be something that they should have from the get go, because that will make this game. That would sell the fuck out of this game, because that means you could have 8 people fighting 8 people, and the chaos being insane would. The chaos from that would be good for a fighting game, and also. Another person who I was texting, they're like, hopefully this doesn't have auto combos, but I think that's an art system we're staple now. It's gonna have auto combos in it, but as usual, the auto combos don't do as much damage as you do combos.
Like, why complain about auto combos? You can turn them on or off. Like, they're for people that just are not great at the game to still be able to do something. Like,
yes, and once again,
calm your tits.
Yeah, every game after Persona, like, essentially made it where auto combos aren't as good as doing the normal button presses in the Arc System games. So shush. It's like you can tell when someone's using auto combos.
Assholes.
It's like this is going. It's like the fighting games still have to be accessible to a general audience, to a certain general audience. You can't have
a general audience, to someone with disabilities, to someone like.
Because Street Fighter
accessibility,
you can have multiple fightings. You can have an easier fighting style without alienating the fan base.
But people get very elitist.
I had to be quiet because I was doing a mini game, one of those little things where you sit and meditate. Here's the thing: people like that, they don't realize it, but they're or maybe they do realize it, but they're gatekeeping, right? Like they want you to do the same level of effort as they expect themselves to do, and they don't want anybody else to have any kind of shortcut. And if they lose, they don't want to have to blame it on something like that, even though they'll find something else to blame it on. So people like that can go be quiet and jerk off.
I told him, you need to stop complaining about fucking auto combos. If auto combos are in it, it's not going to stop you from kicking the newbie person's ass that figures out how to do it and doesn't, and that uses it every single time, because it's not like, because it might be, you might have an have an uphill battle in the beginning to figure it out, but trust me, you're going to figure it out like every other game. But I just want, it's like, I'm just hyped. I want to see what other characters they come out with. I think that at least a roster of 20 my dream is to have a starting roster of 24. That's pushing it, but that's 6 different teams.
Yeah, but they need to have, I was gonna say they need at least 6 different teams, because that's the problem.
5 needs to be
that's the problem when you have like
20 needs to be the
large group, like a group fighting game like that, where it's like, without a large roster, it feels very much like, woo, I can play as like 3 teams, yay.
But once again, I feel like there's going to be it's going to be a bigger pool of characters than the usual Arc System Works pool of characters, because we are dealing with a company who can pump more money into this than, like with Dragon Ball, than your usual fucking Uniclur, fucking your normal Undernight fucking Phantasy Star Versus and your Persona games, where you have someone who's not as big having to help you make this game. And but the thing is, as long as none of the characters are copies and aren't like, it's like, don't randomly put in Spider Woman and then make her play the same as Peter. You know what I'm saying? Don't cop out on that shit. You gotta make them play differently. Don't putting in Miles in the game and then suddenly him and Peter are the exact same character. That'd be stupid. You have to make at least 20 different characters from the get-go. See, like me knowing, like, at first I thought 16 is gonna be the normal Arxis. We're just testing the waters thing of we're gonna, and putting the thing out there, but no, they don't have to test the waters. It's a Marvel game. People are going to pick this up because of what it is, because it's Marvel, and because Marvel's has a lot more. I can just buy this because someone's gonna see it's Marvel related and pick it up.
Can you believe this guy over here talking about how they have to be accurate characters? He didn't even know there was more than one Ghost Rider.
Seriously?
What were you saying, Julian?
Like I said, I forget
They
there are
gotta
more
be
than that.
accurate characters.
Well, okay, only thing I
Man,
know about Ghost Rider
I
is-
love Johnny Blaze and only Johnny
Blaze.
Blaze.
Should be
I know
buffer
about
and
Johnny
bigger.
Blaze and the old man, and that's it. I don't really know a lot about fucking Ghost Rider. I don't. Okay.
I was just
Next,
giving
Julian's gonna say that he doesn't know any other fucking
Also-
Green Lantern
also-
but Hal
yeah,
Jordan.
Yeah, there's only 2 Green
Well,
Lanterns. The black one, and the white
unfortunately,
one.
Yeah.
unfortunately, unfortunately, that they did do that in Justice, and hopefully they do better than what fucking WB ever did. But it's like, oh, we have both Earth, we have one of the multiple fucking earthly Green Lanterns.
God,
The
what was
two
the-
most popular ones are there, but they play the exact same. It's like, I don't think Hal
There-
Jordan and fucking John Stewart would play the same, but whatever.
Speaking of that, like there was someone online I saw, like, let me see if I can find the quote real quick from the Rule 34 memes Discord, because it was a great comic book insult. Because it was about people like claiming that they were Superman, or that they're like Superman and stuff, or no, like girls want Superman but don't see the Clark Kent walking right beside them.
What an insult thing to say.
Oh, absolutely, and someone tore them apart with it, and it was just great.
Yeah, it's so funny.
Let me find it real quick.
Now, one character I really want in this game. Fucking, I wrote it down. I put it on a note somewhere. I put it in the notes.
While you're doing that, I want to say one thing, Julian. I'm so happy that you're excited about this game because I figured you'd be super excited, but for you to take notes, it's like, damn.
I popped off. I
Dude's
kind of popped
losing
off.
his mind.
I actually had one random note for most of these games that I was interested in. I have like one solo note, but with this game, because it surprised me, I did have to, and I had to go back and watch like the fucking after trailer again because I had to watch it with actually paying attention to what they were saying instead of just popping off, instead of just being like, what is going on? I'm so confused.
Well, and again, while you're looking through your notes, I will say I don't see why they wouldn't include the Defenders, because it's in the TV show. It's 4 Defenders and is 4v4. So I don't see why they wouldn't add Luke Cage and Iron Fist and Jessica.
That'd be cool.
And,
I was hoping
Daredevil.
they put
I
was hoping they put the Defenders in this.
My
That's actually
favorite, my favorite Marvel hero has always been Daredevil. So I hope he's in the game. But if
he'd be part of the Defenders, wouldn't he?
Yeah, I'm sure they would listen there. I mean, he's kind of more or less a single superhero. But if he is part of a team, it's usually the Defenders. Yeah.
Now, one thing it's like, I'm wondering if they're going to put. I want to look this up later, but I need to see what, because this game is very anime Japan inspired.
Yeah.
There's no shit.
Everybody guessed
But
that one.
I want to know what Marvel characters are popular in Japan, and what's going to fuel that most likely is what's going to fuel some of the entries in.
Well, yeah, because they're definitely going to do some to try and appeal to a Japanese
because
audience.
that's how I feel that Miss Marvel got put in the game.
I would assume that it's a lot of the movie ones because just the Disney theme parks and Disney's so popular in Japan.
Also, I found the thing. So someone replied, "Girls want a Superman, but they walk past a Clark Kent every day." And someone goes, "You fucking clowns think you're a Clark Kent? Not on my watch. You dumb head-ass motherfuckers are barely a Guy Gardner, and you think you're Clark Kent?"
Like, I would never.
Someone's like, "Listen here, wannabes. My boy Clark Kent is 240 pounds of pure Kansas beef, trained from a young age by Mom Kent to love and respect women as the intelligent, independent beings they are. He's shy, rambling about tractors, and casually moving the copy machine when my pen falls behind it. And he would never demand I be sexually romantically interested just because he's nice. Y'all ain't Clark Kent."
Yeah. Yeah.
Someone's like, "Barely a Guy Gardner is the sickest comic-related burn I've heard."
Jesus, barely a Guy Gardner. Guy Gardner's an asshole.
Yeah, Ice is the girl that Guy Gardner's usually paired with romantically, and even she doesn't like him. Like, Guy Gardner sucks.
Yeah.
Oh, my friend did send me there. Oh, of course you did. Of course you did. I don't have to give a description of what kind of, but of course he said he wants Black Panther in it.
Black Panther would be cool. Maybe they
That'd
could
be cool.
do. Maybe they could do a Wakanda. You know, like because of the movies, his sister's popular now. His bodyguard, the bald one, is popular now. And that one dude who was his rival, or even Killmonger, they could bring Killmonger, and that could be the four
Please don't
from
bring
Wakanda.
Killmonger. Please don't bring Killmonger.
Whether you like it or not, he was the villain of the movie.
Yeah, yeah, but like I said,
Or
I need to look. I need
Claw.
to.
They could bring Claw, but I don't think Claw's a fighter. Claw's like.
Yeah, because
I like the Doctor Doom is in.
I like Doctor Doom.
hope
If you pay,
I hope that more villains will be in there.
I like Doctor
Yeah,
Doom pulls a gun. He pulls a pistol. He doesn't
Yeah.
put out his hand and shoot a beam at him. He pulls out
Yeah.
a pistol, a Beretta, out of his pocket and shoots them. And it like Doom is not here to fuck around.
It's like
No.
it's so it's so a lot of people are like, look, it's like when they made this, they're like we understand that they clearly understand there's art that fucking Marvel vs. Capcom exists, but they do not want to emulate the same way.
Yeah,
Because
no.
just looking at because as a person who made Spider-Man in every single fucking Marvel game, Marvel versus games, these fucking Marvel versus games like a crazy person, I just looking at him, it's like that is not the same Spider-Man that I've been playing in. I have yet to see. I saw him swing on a web, and that's it. That is similar because you can't have him not.
Yeah, he's not.
I did not see him shoot out a web. No one got stuck to it. No one got stuck to it. It did not have. He was just there for acrobatic bullshit. Bullshit. And
he
it was
doesn't have
awesome.
the same stance where he's like really low, and he wasn't like doing maximum web or whatever his thing was.
Yeah, he's not doing anything. He's not doing maximum
So
Spider.
they're definitely. I'm sure that they'll honor MVC in their own ways, but it is very much. This is a new game.
I hate that. So I was looking at, what characters are popular with the Japanese community,
Hey, Bandit.
but it mostly just lists like characters that are Japanese, and it's like that's not what I asked.
Yeah,
Fucking Google.
yeah, fucking Google. But
Like,
so, how much you want to bet Psylocke's going to be in it?
Oh,
I
probably.
mean, her
X-Men.
ass better be in there.
Oh, they could do like
Because-
Age of Avengers as a 4 group, like Apocalypse, Psylocke, Gambit, and Archangel.
It's
That'd-
because
that'd be a
you know
cool-
I
a
would
lot of
imagine
people,
that the groups are going to be like
Comic book themed.
themed in general, like whether it's comic book, movie, something like that.
Yeah, because like they didn't have to put it's like in X-Men and the freaking Children of the Atom is when it's like they didn't have to like it's like Psylocke wasn't even kind of Psylocke in the 90s was like there.
So from what I can tell, some of the more popular Marvel characters in Japan are Wolverine, Hulk, Daredevil,
Holy and Hulk are definitely gonna be
Iron Man, Sunfire,
Sunfire.
and
That's gotta be
Colleen
some
Wing.
Kind of weird list. I don't know why Sunfire was
Sunfire.
popular.
Sunfire.
Nobody knows.
I don't know.
Nobody...
He does look very tokusatsu.
Damn it, he does. Damn it, he.
Um,
I would assume Deadpool is popular for Japanese because he's just like goofy.
There was Deadpool,
I would imagine
maybe. Them putting Deadpool in it would be interesting.
apparently the Agents of Shield series did very good in Japan.
There it is.
So-
I just thought of it. There's a character that they put in this. They need to put fucking Nick Cage in something.
Oh. I thought you were going
Put
to say
Nick-
Agent Coulson. But yeah, Nick Fury. Well, I don't know if Nick Fury will be a fighter. He'll
Nick
probably
Fury
be in
is
the
not-
story
But which
as,
Nick
like, a
Fury?
contact. The black one or the white one? Yeah.
Yeah.
We all know which one.
It'll be the black one. But I don't think
Well,
he'll be a
he's
fighter.
the more recognizable one.
At this point,
like, if I'm
yeah.
gonna be honest.
Yeah.
But like Nick Fury, it's like wouldn't it'd be just it's like if you're gonna put a character in that's kind of like
I would
that
imagine
works like that. It's like it's either him. It's gonna be either him or Black Widow.
Well,
I'd be
Black
kind of
Widow will be
excited
in it.
if-
I don't even think that's an or. Black Widow will be in the game.
I don't know.
A bigger,
Like,
now
It'll
I
be
just
like
wonder.
Black Widow, Hawkeye. I don't know who other. Oh, maybe Mockingbird.
is
I wonder
Hawkeye
how-
even that popular?
Hawkeye is.
He's a main Avenger. He's one.
For people that like to make fun of the bow guy, no. But in terms of comic books, we've all known and respected Hawkeye.
Hawkeye and Black Widow are most likely to be because they're main.
They're like,
The main.
yeah,
So Hulk and Thor are also going to be added eventually.
because if you're thinking of like agents,
Because I don't want to just see like, oh
then if
yeah,
you're gonna
here's
add
like a
villains,
bunch of
Loki's
the
gonna be,
Marvel
you know,
Avengers ones
assume
from like
Loki's
the
gonna be part of
movies,
it.
and it's like
the
I'd rather just see
Well,
other
it's not- I'm
like
not just saying,
lesser
like,
known
ones from the
characters
movies.
as well.
It's mostly gonna be-
you're gonna see Black Widow because she's hot and very marketable and people like her. You're gonna see Black Widow. Hawkeye, I hope to see, but maybe. But if they were to do a quartet of agents as a fighter group, it would be Hawkeye, Black Widow, Mockingbird.
I would love to
Nick-
see
Nick
Taskmaster.
Fury. Well,
Like
Taskmaster's a
with
villain.
Doctor Doom.
Oh,
yeah, with Doctor
'cause-
Doom.
Yeah,
The Doctor Doom. Like I would hope for like maybe Taskmaster and Magneto to be kind of like the.
Magneto would be like Hellfire. It'd be Magneto, Mystique.
I'm obviously,
Sabretooth,
Psylocke?
and-
obviously,
Or
fucking,
Emma Frost.
and Emma
Yeah,
Frost, maybe.
a big one that I'm obviously. I wonder if they'll put. What's his name? Fucking. What's that dude? What is that one? What is that one dude? From fuck. What is that one? Oh shit.
Jimothy? Is it Jimothy
No.
Bartholomew?
No.
No,
No, villain.
Put in
No,
Jeff.
a villain.
Is it
No, a villain.
Dan,
Fucking.
Clint Barton? Hawkeye?
No. I'm trying to. No. I'm trying to think of a. It's the name of one of the
Clint
X-Men villains.
Barton, Hawkeye.
It's one of the name of the X-Men villain. Fucking
From
who
which
is it?
story?
It's the one who kind of who kind of is like a vampire, but he's not a vampire. Not fucking
Blade?
Morbius.
Blade.
No, not Morbius or Blade. Not Morbius or Blade. It's he's a mutant. He's a mutant character he's a mutant. Fucking
Hawkeye?
no. Fucking stop. Stop. My brain.
You know,
My brain went
when
to
you-
Mephisto
when you
for some
mentioned
reason. I'm like, it's
vampire,
not damn Mephisto.
I know
I
vampire
really
movies,
hope
but-
for Jubilee
Yeah, I was going to say Jubilee.
because she does not get a lot of and she does not get a lot of representation whenever they do X-Men.
No,
Dazzler
most people
instead.
don't know that she's a vampire. Or
That is true.
or
I didn't know
mom.
until I started reading the comics again,
Yeah,
and I'm like,
she's
oh,
a
I didn't
mom.
know that part. But,
Oh, you might get there.
Let's
I was
add
just thinking,
Dazzler.
I would love a team. I got to figure out who the other people on the team would be, but I would love like Cable and Bishop to be on a team.
Cable.
They're gonna
Bishop,
eat one or the other. They're gonna have one or the other. I don't know if they can give both.
Well, they could.
I don't know.
They
If
could
so,
do
then I'd like to
If
see
they did-
Bishop because he doesn't get as much. Like
Yeah,
but-
because Bishop at least has
Well,
other
but
weapons.
I love the
besides
dynamic
gun.
between,
If
like the
we're-
banter between them normally.
If we're doing
but-
like that future, that era, it would be Cable Bishop and Hope Summers, but I don't know who the fourth one would be.
yeah,
No, if they
that's
do
the
put
weird
Phoenix
part
in
is
it,
you have to find four.
I
Like,
swear to God, they put Phoenix in the game.
Jean
Please
Grey
do
will
better
be
than
in the
what Marvel
game.
did. Please do better
Oh,
than what Marvel did.
she's probably
please.
going to be DLC, but she will be probably
What
in the
MVC?
game.
Please do better than MVC3. What MVC did.
Because
Please.
I'm sure they're going to want to actually sell her
For,
to
for
you.
people that aren't aware of what Julian's complaining about or worried about, there was a mechanic called an X Factor when you got to critical health in MVC, and Jean Grey was infamous for being a glass cannon during her X Factor. Essentially, she had terrible stats, she had terrible health, but if you got her low enough and she activated her X Factor, she would become the Phoenix and become one of, if not the strongest player in the game.
Oh,
And
Omni,
people
it's not just a.
people
Oh, Omni,
would
it's
play
not an
around
X Factor.
that.
It's her literal. It's a literal special that when she dies.
So she's become like incredibly powerful, and a lot of professional players base their whole
I had
team around
completely forgotten
getting
about
that
that.
activated.
Anti-Phoenix tech. Christ. The game literally people. It's like if you want to be, it's like you gotta have that anti-Phoenix tech. Right? Like you don't have your anti-Phoenix. If you don't have your team that has an anti-Phoenix tech character in it, what are you doing? What are you doing? Not playing professionally.
Not me, no. The only sadness I honestly feel about this not being an MVC title is that we don't get Monster Hunter as a fighter. But otherwise, like I'm fine letting go
Now,
of that era.
a lot of people are saying most
Yeah,
likely that
I'll
this
agree with you
means
on
that
that.
MVC's not
I
going to
have
happen.
no issues with that
Now,
part.
Yeah, obviously.
Now let's understand. There may be a chance for them to make MVC still in.
No.
Because I doubt it.
No.
But I doubt it. But most likely it's not going to happen for all.
No, it's gone. It's dead.
Oh,
Especially
Joy,
if
did you
this
see
game
the
is
meme I
low,
posted about?
Let it go.
Okay.
Where'd you put it?
Meme dump.
All right, I'm gonna do a kata. In the second half of this kata, these ones get fucking intense. So
They get the katas are fucking annoying.
if I lose focus,
I love how
or if I'm not in a
I love how this
conversation,
thing is taking forever to
bear
load.
with me.
Let's be on my computer right now. But while I wait for this meme to load, so after that, the rest of it is just fluff piece, fluff piece, fluff piece, fluff piece, fluff piece. Look at fucking trailer.
That was the end of the direct.
Fucking,
Or
it was the whole
state of
thing.
play.
Fucking yada yada. Look at all the games we just talked about. Look at the fucking pirate dude. Look at these pirates about to stab the fuck out of Ariel. This Ariel looking bitch. I did forget about that in that pirate
She do
game.
be looking like
It's
the
like
Little Mermaid.
it's like fucking Ariel looking bitch, and then they're about to stab her in the fucking face.
That reminds me, there's a Kickstarter for a comic book right now that may or may not try to be referencing itself to Little Mermaid. It's let me make sure I get the exact name correctly because
Oh god.
it is AR13L.
Not a very
the little
catchy title.
the Little Mermaid.
That's very.
I'm getting more. Great. I'm getting more reactions from. I'm getting more
and
reactions
it's
from fighting gameplay.
Basically, it's Little Mermaid, but what if Eric was like a drug lord? And she was actually just trying to take him down because he was polluting the oceans with with his ships.
It's funny.
Oh god, this is giving me those awful this awful string of TikToks that popped up on my feed for some godforsaken reason of people making AI character using AI to make characters of what if they were mob bosses.
I blocked that.
So
shit.
I
I blocked it the first time it popped up, but like someone else I know was watching that shit. Would like we would like watch that shit for shits and giggles of how stupid it looks, and
things ironically they eventually stopped being ironic.
Yeah. After the third time, I said,
how does that work for you, Omni the foot guy?
I told him after the third time.
I said Omni the feet guy now.
Oh yeah, the feet guy. Yeah,
yeah.
It stops being ironic very quickly. I'll tell you what now.
Yeah, I told him after the third time we watched it, like, here, watch these, and it's gonna fuck up your algorithm. He's like, yeah,
that's why if you like during the Biden-Trump election, there was this series where people were using AI voices to do Biden, Obama, and Trump playing Minecraft or like playing games and having discussions, and they were slowly. And at first, it was kind of funny, and Trump was kind of the idiot, and Biden was just the old guy, and Obama was trying to reel them in. I was like, okay, I get what they're going here for. But it started to become sort of like Cartman-esque, where people like to see Trump too often, and I was like, "Oh, this is becoming less ironic, and this is going to become."
It's the third.
I'm going to get out of this.
It's essentially it is the thing from 30 Rock that Tina Fey wrote. Essentially, like where they had fucking what's his name? Fucking what's the actor? Tracy Morgan essentially being like the bad like governor character or whatever, and essentially it's like, oh wait, no one's paying attention to how bad the fact that he's an idiot. They're too busy thinking about how funny it is. And so people are starting to vote for that person because they're funny, pay attention to that person because they're funny, and think that they're interesting.
I saw that comment and I was like, I don't want to think about him in any kind of positive light. I'm gonna stop watching this. I started blocking it. I remember one time I saw one final one from them. The dude was like, and it was the dude who was making it was like, I can't make a like I'm losing money. People aren't watching this anymore. Like I can't. I was like, well, fuck it, man. Go get a job. I'm not fucking worried about you.
Yeah,
you'll survive somehow, or you
stop
won't.
Stop fucking around with AI
problem.
and use that and use your computer skills for something a little more entertaining.
I've been playing too much Khazan. I forgot how to fight in this game.
Good job.
Necessarily has been very quiet.
Well, I think we've been dominating the conversation with the direct, and I don't think she saw it. Saralene, are you there? Did you watch the state of play?
No.
I figured.
I'm just here to listen to the conversation.
I know. I figured that's what was happening.
Yeah, but the state of play was fun. Jeez, I
mean, I think that was about it to the discussion on it.
Yeah,
I think
my favorite
between
things were Marvel and the controller, and the fight stick were probably the things I was very excited about.
Mine were. I never didn't circle these like I was planning on doing. I was gonna
But
circle these.
to be
and see
clear,
which
those
one.
are like 10s for me. A lot of them were like 8s, 8.5s, 9s. Like I was very happy with a lot of State of
For the first time
Even if I
ever,
wasn't
I'm
a
actually
Vive
interested in
player.
a Capcom action shooter, because I'm interested in Pragmata. Romeo's a dead man.
Oh, Romeo, dead man.
Obviously, Tactics and Digimon
Tactics, I will be buying. Yeah,
Story Time Stranger, but I already knew these games were coming.
Digimon is not on my list, bro.
And then, but the games that, the games that surprised me were Sea of Remnants. I love how they fix. I love how I went back to the video and I just clicked back on the video and they fixed it. They changed it to Sea of Remnants. They literally changed it.
That's good because like that was what was throwing me off on that.
Yeah,
but...
and then obviously Marvel took on Fighting Souls. What the fuck does that mean?
What a weird name.
I want to.
That mean?
Like, as far as my excitement ones, I'm not going to mention Digimon, even though I'm, like, super excited for Digimon and Metal Gear Solid because of the fact that we already knew about them, and, like, I've had them pre-ordered for months at this point. So my, like, new ones would be Bloodstained, The Scarlet Engagement, Final Fantasy Tactics, and then probably, if I'm going to be honest, Pragmata.
Pragmata? Yeah.
Along with Romeo as a dead man. But
yeah. I love hardware, so that's why a controller is one of mine. But I'm weird for I get that. Like I'm very excited for that arcade stick to learn more about it.
So, fucking. Hey Omni, do you know what Tokan means?
Toka? Like the no, I don't.
Tokan,
the Japanese name Tokan. It's Tokon. The way that they wrote it is T-O with the dash above it, which means that it's toll, it's a long toll. And kon, tolkun. I don't know what that means, though.
Unless there is one person that I just looked up and said it could be Marvel Token, as in, fighting game coins.
Token characters.
I don't think that would be...
That would be bad.
Yeah. That would be funny. That'd be stupid.
We can just look it up. I'm sure there's a translator. What does Tolkon mean? Hold on.
There was one thing that said belt that there was one translation of Ultra Vomit. I'm like, I don't think. I don't think it's Marvel Vomit. Marvel Vomit, the fighting game.
Oh, it means fighting spirit. The Japanese word Tokon means fighting spirit, which is Marvel Fighting Spirit. So it is just called Marvel.
Yeah, that just makes
literally
sense.
just Marvel Fighting Spirits fighting.
Yeah.
Spirit. So they just put the fighting spirits there for
it's
everybody else.
Well, it's like Yakuza Like a Dragon,
okay.
Because the Japanese name is Like a Dragon,
Anyway.
or Resident Evil Biohazard.
What was it? What was it that literally it was this? That it's like, I saw something that it was the same too. That it was the Japanese, and then the title.
I adjusted
Kimetsu no Yaiba Demon Slayer.
Yeah,
that's it.
Where they still keep it as Kimetsu no Yaiba Demon Slayer, and it's Demon Slayer, Demon Slayer.
Demon Slayer, Demon Slayer. That's it. That's what I was thinking of. Omni, how dark is that on your screen? Because on the stream, it is dark as fuck.
I know, I'm fixing it. Well, I'm trying to adjust it so that it's more like what I see, but not so much more like what I see. So I'm going to reset it so it's going to turn very bright. So hold on.
Any hoosies. I have to go because I have a fucking notification on here that told me I need to go to get up. Doctor, I'm getting a CPAP machine so I can breathe at night and actually maybe do some, and so I can breathe at fucking night because my allergies make it so bad that I can't breathe.
That's fun. I use a nail spray like daily to get my allergies in control.
I can't. It's like the nasal spray. It goes in, but some needs to.
But it doesn't come out.
It won't come out. But it's like also I'm like sitting still stuffed up. So
fix it. Breathing.
This is the last. Essentially, my doctor said this is. My doctor's like, I only have two other options after this. Move away or fucking get the surgery that they essentially take a hook to my fucking sinus passages in my nose and fucking just scrape at them and make them larger.
It's pretty sick. I kind of want to get that, but I also see that.
But the problem is it can fail.
Yeah, well,
It'll work for 2 years and then it'll stop.
Yeah, I'll see the thing on TikTok where people are like doing that post surgery, and they'll do like those nasal rinses, and just like a huge glob of bloody snot just comes right out their nose. It's
Oh,
sick.
God.
It's
I had
sick.
someone at work get one of those.
That
and
sounds
I'm
absolutely
I'm not.
terrifying.
Yeah,
It's like they literally
but
told me.
You gotta remember, the reason why those comes out is because that's in there. That's in your head. So this actually helps you get that out, and then you can breathe like a normal person.
I don't really want to bleed through my nose profusely.
Well, you don't bleed through your nose. It's just snot that's all bloody because you had surgery. This is like after. You're not like.
Yeah, they told me when they blew their nose like a crime scene.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. I kind of want it.
No.
Sometimes I can breathe like a normal person. Because remember, I'm also in Texas, but I also have like 8 cats and 4 dogs and 50 chickens. Like I'm dying every day.
My doctor did say that having a cat that spreads dander doesn't spread the dander, and it mixing in with the dust in my house doesn't help. So I have to dust my house more often than not. It's like you try dust. It's like you dust my house.
Yeah. So
you dust my house, doctor.
So sometimes after I do like an allergy pill and a nasal spray and a nasal rinse, I can breathe like a normal person, and I'm like, oh, this is how normal people are. This is how you can exercise and breathe at the same time. This is life-changing.
I also blame us being in the Texas Hill Country, where everything from all over Texas blows down in here and it stays here.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Because that's why that's why he's like moving away would change it, because essentially you get out of the dust bowl and be in a place that air fucking flows through it and moves.
Yeah, but I mean, like, you can't afford that.
No, I can't afford to move. As much as Jacques would love the fact that I would end up moving back to Houston, it's like I'm not gonna move to Houston right now. And then also fuck Houston. And if I end up moving, I'm not staying in Texas.
Yeah, fuck Houston. Me and my homies, we hate Houston.
I'm not staying in Texas. I'm leaving Texas. Where? I don't know. I'm getting out of the Midwest, period.
Colorado.
That's all I know. I don't want to be in the Midwest anymore.
All the gay people are moving to Colorado. You go to Colorado.
Colorado, it gets snow up there.
It gets cold.
And they're deadly, and it's cold as fuck, and the winds knock over trucks.
Yeah.
You don't own a truck, so you don't gotta worry about that.
It knocks over 18-wheelers on me. I'm in a sedan. Fucking, I'm going.
Yeah, but nobody's saying it knocks over sedans. They're saying it knocks over 18-wheelers. Use your fucking head, man. Come on.
Yeah, don't be stupid, Julia.
Yeah, Jesus
Also,
Christ.
like I said, it's cold as fuck.
It is cold.
It's cold. I don't want to.
Well, are you gonna put stickers on your CPAP machine?
What?
Really personalize it. Get like tokusatsu stickers and put it on your CPAP, and whenever you put it on, like do arm movements.
Well, it's not supposed. Well, to be honest, the CPAP machine's not supposed to be a permanent thing. It's supposed to be because essentially my sinuses are bad, and because I'm trying to lose weight to stave off the diabetes.
Yeah, to live longer.
But the problem is all the workouts I've been doing haven't done shit because I don't get sleep at night. Because I've gotten rid of some of the snoring isn't as bad, but I still have my sinus problem. Sometimes I will snore and I get that one gunk of snot that wakes me up in the middle of the night because I'm choking.
Yeah, that's real bad.
So
I mean, you also just wake up at night talking to people, but
well, that's different. That's different entirely. I actually realized I was talking out loud in my sleep, and then I was like lucid to the fact I was talking out loud in my sleep. Once I'm like, wait a minute, who am I talking to? Why does it sound echoey? Why does it sound so echoey? I'm like, wait a minute, and I realize, holy shit, I'm dreaming. And I wake up in my living room, like I'm like, Julian, how long have you been home? He's like, oh, I've been cooking for. Did you hear me talking to myself about how I'm in a dream and shit? He's like, yeah, weird.
That's very funny.
It's like I became lucid about me talking out loud about something. Like, wait a minute. It was so weird, but hey, it's like I was actually aware of what's going. Fucking crazy. I haven't done the whole get up and walk in my sleep thing in forever.
You used to sleepwalk? That's crazy.
Yes.
yeah, he did. He ran out of a hotel room once.
That's so funny.
Yeah, I literally got up. From what I was told by my friends, I randomly jolted up, ran over to the door, opened it, stood there for like a minute with the door open, closed it, and then went back in the room and went. And then back when I was a teenager, my family told me they were just watching TV and I had gone to bed early, and it was like at 10 o'clock or something. I came out of my room, blanket on like wrapped around my body, but like, and then talking, and then I'm saying something, and it's like, and my dad's like, bed, and then turned back around and back in my room.
He just had important things to say, and his body wanted to let people know.
Yeah, I don't know I really don't know what that was. I don't really know what that's about, but I haven't done the sleepwalking. And
I mean, to be fair, last time we split a room, I haven't seen you. Last time we split a room, I've never seen you sleepwalk anymore. But
yeah, I haven't. The only thing that happened once is that like I was asleep once, and like I had to go to the bathroom, and then I kind of woke up like. I woke up in the bathroom. Like, wait a minute. Like, I was like, I remember coming to the bathroom in my dreams. Was that real? I didn't know because I think I was like,
at least that's better than like pissing yourself.
Yeah, at least you're polite. I hope your sleepwalking self washed your hands.
Oh no! I never left the bathroom. But then I remembered. Oh wait, no, I think I was actually. I was like awake, but not like awake because I just had the grumble in my belly to go take a shit. And then it just took a shit. And then I guess I just took a shit.
Took a sleep shit?
I guess I took a shit. No, I think what happened was I was like half awake when I had the feeling to go take a shit, and I took a shit and I passed out on the. And then I ended up after I took it, I think I passed out on the toilet.
Oh God! Did you wash your hands?
Well, yeah, I did because I woke up. Because I woke up.
Yeah, but you were asleep. Like
no.
Who knows what you were touching while you were asleep on the toilet?
Well, I think.
Oh God.
Okay. So.
That's disturbing.
So, when I woke up on the toilet. I'm like, did I take a shit? I look. It hasn't been flushed. I'm like, oh, I did take a shit. So I fucking wiped.
Took a sleep shit.
I took a sleep. I took either a. It's either it was a sleep. I don't know. Like I said, I don't think I was asleep. I think I was actually awake because all I know is I remember weird stuff happening and then my stomach grumbling and then going to the bathroom. So I clearly took the shit, but I think I passed out because I looked at because I didn't have my phone with me.
Out.
So that means I must have really had to go to the bathroom because usually when I go to the bathroom when I fucking. Like when I'm like fucking there and loose and aware that I need to go to the bathroom, I take my phone with me. I didn't have my phone with me this time, and then it's like I didn't know what time it was. All I know it was like 4 a.m. and I'm sitting in front of a full toilet. So I just wiped, flushed, washed my hands, and went back to bed.
God.
We hope you washed your hands.
Well, no,
Yeah,
I didn't. I woke up.
I mean, you say that, but like, how can you be
Yeah.
sure, right?
I can be
have
sure
no
because I knew I woke up because I was slouched in front of the toilet.
That was probably a dream.
God.
With
smell of
drool
the
on my
shit
leg,
didn't
with
wake
drool
you
on
up?
my chest.
You literally fall asleep in the strangest places I've ever known anyone to fall asleep.
I guess I'm too easily comfortable.
Yeah, that's
It's
why
like
you have.
it's like today.
That's what your
it's like-
ex-boyfriend said.
Today on the way home, I had to wait for the train, and I could feel myself dozing off, trying to fucking.
That's not safe.
It was not today. It was yesterday when I went at 5 a.m. because I had to work at 5 a.m. and and it was a long day and it was very difficult. But the train came and I'm like, I'm just gonna sit back for a little bit. So I lounged my chair back and that was a bad. I started slowly drifting and I'm like, nope, sit back up.
The train's coming. I'm gonna take a nap.
No. The train was there. I'm waiting for the train to leave.
Yeah.
Waiting for the train to
So
leave.
you just decided to take a nap.
Well, I couldn't.
You're like,
move.
I'm gonna lean back my chair.
Well, no, I leaned back my chair just to chill for a second, but then I didn't realize how tired I was until I started.
Why would you lean back your chair if you're not,
it
just
was a
for
long
few
train.
minutes?
It was a long train, and it stopped on the tracks, and I'm like, I can't move. So I can't move from the spot I'm in because I'm literally sandwiched between a bunch of cars. I can't get in or out of this area because it's like. So I just said, fuck it, I'm just gonna lay back and fucking like watch something on my phone or something. But I could feel myself dozing off while watching stuff on my phone. So
No, you were trying to take a nap.
So I sit my chair back up and just started playing. It just started singing loud music instead. And and just drinking my water and trying to keep myself, entertained so I wouldn't pass the fuck out. Because working from 5:30 to 3:30 was not I got hours, but at what cost?
What? Am I not allowed?
My sanity.
Unlock the point, goddammit. How do I unlock the point? There it is. It's hard for me to hear you say that because...
Jump in the water.
I will. I've said this story a couple times, but I can never really appreciate Fall Guys because the very first time that I won a Fall Guys game was on stream with you telling your story about how you were harassed on a bus by a stranger, and I midway was just like, yes! Oh!
I do not remember this story.
It's very funny. You told us, you got very vulnerable.
Yeah.
Told us how you were like harassed and assaulted on a bus, and I was like midway.
Oh right, when I got robbed. Oh right, when I got robbed.
And
I got someone stole my phone.
Yeah, it was like. Really
Well, actually, it wasn't me. I was being like I wasn't wasn't being harassed. I think I left it, and then I just kind of said, forget it, and I just left it.
Okay, because I always thought it was like much more serious than that, and I was like,
I don't know. We'd have to go back to the clip.
Yeah, it'd be very funny.
I don't know. I remember being on a bus and having my phone losing my phone because somebody. And then I tried to go, and I went back on, and it was gone. And I got back out. I instantly got back on. Turned around, got back on the bus, and then somebody just ran off. Fuck. Or was it that? Or did it happen some other way? I don't remember. I blocked it out. It must have been. It wasn't really traumatic. It was more. Damn.
It sounded pretty harsh when you told the story, from what I remember.
Man, the only thing that I saw that was like. The only thing that well, no, it wasn't. That wasn't traumatic. That was just weird. That was just weird seeing the famous, seeing the apparently infamous in Austin fucking dude who sits with a penis in his hand.
No, that was
Dude
Leslie. That was the newer one. I don't know that guy's name.
Who's Leslie?
You don't remember? You don't? Oh, that's a. You know what? I'm not even gonna.
Don't tell me. Is it some random old veteran guy?
No, Leslie passed away a while back, but they were a person that was always like in booty shorts and a tank top, and they rode a bicycle around town, and everybody knew them, and they were really cool, and they were about freedom and rights for everybody, and keeping Austin weird, and they would always buy drinks, or they would get drinks bought for them, and they were always like advocating for stuff and just riding around town, and they're famous for Austinites, but Leslie passed away a while ago, and for those of us that were around for the time, it was pretty cool if you ever got to run into Leslie.
I only know about the negative people, like Penis Out in the Sun Man.
No, that's a newer one. I don't know that person.
You said you thought he was an urban legend.
I think no, I don't know.
Yeah, my boy was mentioning it.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, my boy, he's real. Yeah, because I told my boy, no, he's real.
It would have been Sergio if it was an urban legend, because my boy knows everybody. My boy.
Yeah, because I saw that guy fucking sitting there in the sun, baking, dick out in hand, not doing anything with it, just sitting in his hand.
Like being out there with his dick out.
Being out there with his dick just drugged out to hell.
Chilling, being him.
That guy was on something.
You gotta judge him?
Because he was on something. He was clearly on something, and then like
out judgy right now. You stop being so judgmental.
He was high on life, and you're.
I don't know, Scott. How would you feel if you went to a public park and just saw a random dude with his dick out in it?
It's public. It's his park too.
I mean, yeah. I was gonna say, like, How do you know I haven't been to a park?
But he's he's one of the many crazy.
How do you know Scott hasn't been to a park with his dick out? That hog? It needs to be seen.
What the fuck?
You can't keep it in.
Anyway, fucking, he's just one of the many people in Austin anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I don't ever want to go downtown Austin ever again.
It's rough. I don't like driving in Austin.
That reminds me, so were you wanting to talk about Assassin's Creed?
We should. It's getting late, man.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna head off to bed and get ready for my doctor. Even though it's mostly a consultation. And the only reason I'm going in is because last time I did a consultation with him, he waited till after his closing time to call me at 5 o'clock at night. And it's like, why are we having this conversation at 5 o'clock in the afternoon?
Yeah.
We're supposed to have this conversation 3 hours ago.
Because he was busy with happy hour, man.
Yeah.
It's like I'm willing.
He didn't want to have the conversation sober.
I'm willing to support. Support a black doctor's office, but y'all need to stop acting like complete niggas and being so damn lazy.
See, Julian, the problem was you didn't realize that they were just on CPT time.
Scott, you have no idea. Last time when I went in for my physical, I literally was there. I did not get seen for almost 2 hours afterwards. It was a good thing I went on a day. My mom's like, go on a day off, and she was right, because if I went on a day where I had to work, I would have been pissed.
Oh, they really were on CPT time.
Yes, they are slow. They take their time. They're back there talking shit. Like they're talking shit about people. Somebody once came in with fucking plates full of food, and they had freaking people there at noon, and then they just stopped working on stuff to eat.
That's very funny.
And they just completely stopped working on shit to eat. And they're like, oh shit, did you do that?
They got their priorities right.
Maybe don't go to that doctor anymore. Unless they give you a plate, I wouldn't fucking bother going.
Yeah. Like, where's my food?
No, they clearly
get a meal.
They clearly have another business that runs in that building besides just the doctor's office.
You don't know that. That's speculation.
Yeah.
It is not speculation. It is a fucking mental spot.
I was gonna say, watch it be like a barbecue place, and that's where the plates came from.
That would be awesome.
Like, is your doctor's office also a barbecue place?
They're telling me
then it ain't Texas.
He's like telling me to eat better while he's sitting there eating.
Dr. Biscuit says I can eat as much barbecue as I want.
It's like, but you are selling brisket, and you want me to eat better. That's
there's no correlation there. Dr.
Brisket. Don't worry. The brisket is lean.
Yeah, Dr. Brisket's number one concern is my heart health, and he says that I should eat ribs every day.
What is the
Ribs, they're good for the ribs.
But anyway, I have to mentally prepare myself to be waiting in the fucking doctor's office for an hour. I will see y'all later.
Alright, have a good one.
Have a nice night.
Bandits. Ow. I don't remember how to fight. I never used the Wakizashi to fight.
No, I never use that.
Which is something I will bring up. It needs to be said.
When do you want to talk about it?
Just right now. I just need to finish this fight.
Oh, yeah.
Because that'll probably be the last thing that we talk about.
Because I will say, like, I think overall Assassin's Creed Shadows was a decent game. Like, I really had fun with it. A lot more than I have with an Assassin's Creed game in a long time.
Yeah, it's way more than
But I do have some issues with it.
We will discuss it. Let's see if I can find a good place to stand still.
Because I mentioned, I think, my biggest issue with it in the Discord.
Oh, I have a whole thing. And it's less about the game and more like a thing that needs to be discussed. And it's given me insight, and I'm hoping to give this insight to other people. Because I think a lot of people talk out their ass about a lot of things, but in this one in particular, it needs to be addressed. I'm just riding my horse up this hill.
Does it have to do with Yasuke?
No. It has everything to do with being a gamer, nothing to do with politics.
Okay, because I know so many people bitch so hard about that, and it's like, I don't get it. Like,
yeah, I don't get it either. Well, no, I do get it. It's racist. They're racist.
Yeah, I guess I should say I don't get it other than the fact of like I can only draw one conclusion from it, and it's only like a conclusion they may or may not be happy with hearing.
Yeah. I'm just gonna Kunoichi. I love the kunai. It's so OP.
Kunai's great.
Alright, let's go up to this.
I wish the shuriken was as good as the kunai.
It is if you know where to use it, but it does not have the same utility as the kunai, no.
No. Like, it's much more situational.
Is there a trophy for knocking somebody off the edge of a cliff with the kunai?
Yes.
With the shuriken?
No.
Shuriken?
No.
Okay.
Only with kicking them off
it's
with
very fun to do.
Yasuke. You kick them off with Yasuke, and it's
Okay.
this is Japan.
Alright, that's very fun.
Um,
Because you can do the same thing with Naoe's shuriken. It has a lot of knockback, like absurd amount of knockback. Okay, I'm just gonna sit up here for a while in the rain, enjoying the vista.
I love the weather in that game, by the way.
This game's beautiful, outstanding. Okay, so we're gonna take a little bit of time. We got like 20 minutes. We'll talk about Assassin's Creed Shadows. This is for me the first Assassin's Creed game I played like heavily in a long time. The last one, was Origins, and I did not finish it. I got through most of it, but I just never bothered to finish it. I played Assassin's Creed 3 to completion before that, and I played the original Assassin's Creed before that. So I have a little bit of experience, but there are definitely huge gaps in what I've done. I also played a little bit of Syndicate. Is that the one where they're in England?
Yep.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
Syndicate.
I played that until I got to like this one mission that
I think
pissed me off.
I think that was the first one that introduced levels, like the level system.
I think that would introduce a lot of things. Yeah, there was like also you could take over areas or districts.
Yeah, the districts and stuff like that.
So this game takes place in feudal Japan, near the end of Nobunaga's reign and a little past it. You play as Naoe Fujibayashi, a girl who was raised in the Iga clan to be a ninja. She wasn't raised specifically to be an assassin. She's basically going through assassin's training, but that's part of the story. And eventually, she is a victim of this group of samurai lords who are causing trouble in Japan throughout the Kansai area. I think it's the middle of Japan is where we play most of the game.
That's where part of it is. I mean, it goes through quite a bit of it, but yeah.
It's this big middle part of Japan. And eventually you meet and are allowed to play as Yasuke, a former slave turned retainer for Lord Oda Nobunaga. He earned the title of samurai, and in real life he earned land, but I don't think we ever got a house in this game for him.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's a full-on samurai. Our paths cross. We both have the same goal of defeating this group of people that are terrorizing the land, and then from there it just becomes an Assassin's Creed game, for better or worse. Overall thoughts for you, Scott, real quick.
Overall thoughts. I think the game looks great. I think the game plays great. I enjoy the characters of Naoe and Yasuke. I think they're both very well done. I loved learning more about their backstory and things like that. Like their journey in general, I very much loved, along with Junjiro. Like I think the three of them worked very well. Even though Junjiro is not a playable character, he is a very important character. Like truthfully, I think the game was fantastic. My only issue is I have some stuff with the story that I think, while it doesn't hold back the game from being a great game, it bugs me quite a bit, if that makes sense.
Maybe it'll line up with what I'm gonna with my issues.
Because I'll mention my issues unless you want me to mention them here.
I've kind of real quick. My general thoughts: the game is great. If you're just like on the fence about this, like, is it a good game? Is it a bad game?
Oh yeah,
it is a good game. It is beyond good. If you have the money for it, or if you can somehow get your hands on it, it's worth playing. If you like third-party or third-person action games, it's not particularly difficult. There are tools to adjust the difficulty to make things easier or harder. So you're more than welcome to do that to adjust to your playstyle. But it's very welcoming. It's very good. I highly recommend it. But there are certain things that I'm not a fan of in terms of open world games, and I will use this game as an example for that. But do you want to go over your issues with the game first?
Yeah. So a lot of my issues stem from two different things. Part of it is that the fact that They can let you play this game either with choices or without choices. There is like a choice system in the game, or like the canon mode, where you just don't make decisions. And the problem I have with that is there's no reason to have the choice mode in the game. It means nothing. Because no choice you make means anything. Because it will always go to the canon mode. There is no alternate decisions, there is no alternate nothing. And that pisses me off. Because it's like, why even have this? Like, why is it an option versus just... I don't hate the fact that this exists, or I don't hate the fact that they want to tell a specific story. I don't have an issue with that. But why give me the illusion of choice when there really is no point to it, instead of just having me play through canon mode? That annoys me. Like I said, it doesn't hold the game back. I think the game is great. But, like, for example, you've beaten the entirety of the game, right? Including the epilogue?
The epilogue, yes.
Okay. So with the Hattori Hanzo thing, you can either choose to kill him or spare him. Literally, the only difference is you do a boss battle. You fight him, and then you are still like, you know what? I'll spare you. And it's like, okay, what was the point of this? For one of the main villains, I don't know how spoiler we want to get with this.
We're talking about the whole game. You can spoil it.
Okay. It was Nobunaga's sister or whatever.
Yeah, Oichi.
You have the decision to kill her or to spare her. It literally does not matter. I decided to kill her because I'm like, nope, I'm gonna kill every one of these motherfuckers. And then all that happens is that, like, Yasuke stops you from killing her, and then that's it. You still spare her. And that just annoys me, because I'm like, I get that you want to tell a specific story, but then why give me the option of, like, choosing this mode? I was thinking that not every cutscene in the game would have differences, but that certain things might play out slightly different. But it doesn't. So that annoyed me.
That is the seed of my issues.
And then the other issue, let's see if this correlates with yours. The fact that, like, as you're going through and killing these, because you can go in any order, they have no idea anything about, like, the main plot thing. A lot of it is just, you attack them, you're like, where's the box? And they're like, I don't know about a box. Like, I just did a favor for this person, and that's it. And that's just how every one of these things goes. Yeah. And it just got very annoying to the fact that it's like, no, there's only like 3 people that actually are plot relevant. The rest you're just hunting down because they happen to be in this group that killed your father.
Okay, yeah.
And they know nothing.
Both those are seeds of my issue.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so here's the thing. And this is what I'm going to do is by describing this, I'm also going to explain the gameplay. I'm also going to explain the characters, and I'm also going to explain the narratives and my thoughts on them for good or bad. So my thesis statement for this critique: Assassin's Creed needs to not be an open world game if they want to tell this story. Assassin's Creed needs to be a focused narrative, because if we look at your criticisms, the illusion of choice in canon mode, and the overall the illusion of of information from the enemies that you kill, why are they like that? They're like that because Assassin's Creed has a real history that they're adhering to. So Lady Oichi, you can't kill. Well, I mean, like, you could have killed her. It's a video game, but you can't kill her because she actually leaves the land, marries another daimyo, and dies when that castle is raided. In real life, that's what happened to her. She survives past the Assassin's Creed. They could have made it fake. They could have given you the choice, but it didn't really matter because her narrative use was ended unless they made her a Templar or something, right? Like, that was her significance, and they weren't telling that story. So she just becomes another face in the crowd. The going to person to ask for information but get nothing in return is because this is an open world game, because you are in order to gamify choice, narrative choice in their execution takes a hit. So you can go in any order to do any of these, but had they had any real plot relevance, you could have just gone to the plot relevant ones, taken those out, and just kind of ignored the ones that you didn't need, because you would have already gotten the information that you needed. For Naue, her story is to, and it's also there's a weird dichotomy there that I don't think really lands. Her journey is to start with peace. She's not like the other assassins where like her parents were like killed in front of her, or she was raised to be in a league, or she has all this trauma. She lost her mom. To her knowledge, she never really knew why, but she was raised by her dad who loved her. She was raised in a family of people, a community that loved her, that taught her the importance of respecting your land and your heritage and your people. She was pretty happy, all things considered, but they were just in wartime Japan. But her journey is her being faced with immense tragedy, being filled with hate, and realizing that if she continues to be a person that acts on that, she'll just be perpetuating this circle of violence that all of these other like daimyos and lords and people have done. So her journey is to, for better or worse, whether you know however you feel about it, is to learn forgiveness and pass forgiveness on to others. She has to be the one to say, I have this hate in me, I want to act on it, but I'm not going to. But the juxtaposition is that you're murdering everybody. You absolutely do get revenge on these people that killed your father. You absolutely are killing the retainers, the samurai, the daisho, guards, bandits.
Literally, the people cleaning the fucking floors.
They're victims by being related to them. Like if they're, and I mentioned this before on a stream, like they're not innocent in that if you are caught, they will tell on you. And had you been like not a shinobi assassin, they would have told you, and you would have been tortured and murdered anyway. Like they've made their choice, and so now they have to live with the consequences. But you are, as Naue, who is supposed to learn forgiveness, murdering your way through the narrative. But it has to be that way because this is an Assassin's Creed game. Your kills can't mean anything. They have to be gamified, because if they do mean something, then either that's going to change the way that you act, or that the way the game progresses, or how often you can actually have freedom in the choices you do. Because if now is always like, I can't, there's too much bloodshed, the cycle has to end, and then you go and kill 30 people in a castle, it doesn't make any sense narrative wise. So you can't have her have these decisions like with Hattori Hanzo, where like she shows forgiveness until like it's necessary, because in the end she only shows it twice. She shows it to Yasuke because Junjito is like, you actually killed my dad was a bad guy, but you killed my dad, but I'm choosing to forgive you. And because he showed her, she forgives Hattori Hanzo, and she's showing him, I forgive you, you need to pass on that forgiveness to yourself and to others. Like that's the story there. But this is a game. This is an open world game, and it's filled with stuff to do. And the stuff to do is fun. It's cool. It's not glitchy. It's not ugly. It's entertaining and interesting. There's historical facts that you can find. The codex is huge, and you don't even have to read that. I was reading that. That's how I learned about what Lady Oichi's fate was. I didn't know that before. But
there's a lot of like really cool stuff. Oh, nice here later.
But that is But that's the problem, is that this narrative is actually not that large. It's not that big of a story, but the game itself is huge. And I think either they needed to make this game not an open world game, which would have sucked. People who go to Assassin's Creed, they want open world. But if you want to tell this story right, if you want it to have any kind of weight, you can't do it here. And then the other part is, if you were to make the gamified parts more relevant, it would change like a lot of the meaning of everything. And that's not necessarily a problem, right? But it creates the situation where the narrative has to take a back seat to the the progression of the game. So that's where I lean. That's where I feel the issue lies. Is that you like for Yasuke, you get to a point where like you address his slaver, you kill him, you learn that there's info to go to the next one, or not his slaver, but like somebody who can get him there. You're like, okay,
Yeah.
we have momentum. If this was a different adventure game, you'd be going from this area to the next one to the next one, and you'd be like, we have momentum, let's go. But because it's an open world game, as soon as that first part is done, you could be like, oh shit, we're finally getting story. We defeated the 12 Bakafuku or whatever they're called. I forget their name.
Bakufu.
Shinba, yeah. You kill all of them. We have momentum going. Hey, look, archery.
Yeah.
And then you go do horse archery for a while, and then you just do all this other stuff. And so
Or katas, or...
and then, oh, you know what? I'm actually gonna switch back to Naue because I want to go do this thing. It's like you lose the momentum and gravitas of narrative because this is an open world game. It's a good one. It's a fun one. It's a very pretty one.
Yeah.
But you can't have narrative be a focus in a game like this. Choice can't matter unless there is no real narrative. If you're just doing stuff and then like a character's just gone forever, that's cool, but they want to tell a story. You can't really have that both ways.
I mean, I think
go ahead.
Ghost of Tsushima handled it a lot better.
Yes.
But it's... Yeah, I feel like that one was more tightly focused on the story than this
Sucker
one.
Punch is great at telling stories. I was holding on to this thought like earlier when we were talking about Sly. Sucker Punch knows how to keep narrative momentum going. So even if you are in a position where like, okay, now you're back in the open world, you can go, but you kind of want to do this because you're given lots of little narrative. You meet a character on the road, you meet, or you do a fight, or you're reminded, or you go into a memory. Like the narrative stays consistent until you decide, I want to step away and go somewhere. In this game, it's like you are given this huge mission, which is to kill the 12 whatever, and then it's like you don't get a big narrative push until you get to like that 11th dude, until you get to Ieyasu or whatever his name was.
Yeah.
Mizukishi? I can't remember his name. But otherwise, they're just empty. They're fluff. You could kill them in any order, in any way, however you want, and they don't mean anything narrative-wise.
And that's the whole thing. Like I guess the impetus for me to keep playing through the story kind of started waning for a while because once I started realizing I'm not going to get anything from a lot of these, because it was like, well, yeah, the beginning until you get Yasuke, like the pace is very quick on that. Like you want to keep doing the plot missions because like you're wanting to, see where this is going. But then once you start realizing I'm not getting anything, the impetus for doing plot versus just doing the side stuff that was way more interesting kind of was like, well, yeah, I'd rather go hunt down yokai than like continue with the 5th member of the Bakufu that is going to go, what box? I don't know of any box.
And then here's another consequence of rushing through the story. Because say that you do want to do it, and you are 100% focused. I just want to do the plot. Because this was happening to me. I couldn't focus on the plot because the game system is its own tree of progression and growth and experience. So I'm in the game. I'm gonna pause it. I'm gonna show the mastery system. Okay.
Oh yeah.
So
about levels and everything else.
Because here's how things are gamified, right? Because if you go through there, you would expect you to beat the game. If you were to fight like the very final boss and go through the final areas, you can do it with base Naue. You can do it with base Yasuke. You have to be good at the game, but the game is solid enough where you can recognize the patterns, do the correct parries, dodge the unblockables, go through the stealth sections. You don't have to unlock crawling through something or escaping. Like you can do everything that you need to do to get through the game without ever.
You have to
unlock
fucking stabbing through a freaking rice paper.
Yeah. But like you don't need that to continue. Like you could wait for that guy, or you could just open the door and stab him. It does the same thing basically, unless there's like 3 people in the room. But you can get through it. The system, what it does in terms of gameplay is that you are given more rewarding ways to do what you're already doing. You're given more options. You're given more guarantees. Like, for example, your tools can have a better chance of doing like full assassinations and not just damage as you progress through the level and the enemies get harder and so on and so forth. But if you're going through the main game, you're going to be missing a lot of that. And even if you do level, you're going to be locked out of it because of the knowledge system. The way that this game works is that you need to, and this isn't to you, Scott, I'm to the audience, whoever catches this, but
I figured.
you have to do side events to accrue knowledge, whether that's praying at an altar, assassinating a target, unlocking a new area, praying at shrines. You gain knowledge points, and if you get enough knowledge points, that will unlock a rank. What the rank does is that when you go into these trees, you'll notice on the left hand side there's the kanji. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 from the bottom up. That's what those kanji are. As your knowledge rank goes up, you will unlock the ability to spend your skill points. So even if you just power through the story, if you don't have enough knowledge ranks and you have a bunch of skill points, you might be locked at 3 or 4 and be unable to use your points for those higher level skills. If you want to see more of the video game, because remember, this is a medium where you have agency. You want to do things in the game. You have to leave the plot, go do side stuff, whether you want to or not. If you want to have more interesting combat, better stealth, more abilities to use against enemies, better assassinations, things like that, you have to. You and that's on purpose, right? Because it means that you get to explore more of the world. You get to see what more of what the developers did. You're able to fill in these big gaps in the world. You meet new characters, you do new things, you unlock new outfits, you get new weapons. But as a consequence, the narrative is paused. The narrative cannot have focus or consequence, because if it does, then you're going to feel bad leaving the narrative to go do these things. So by design, and this is getting to my larger point, I think people that critique open world games don't realize how hard it is to balance this. Because if you didn't have this system, you could ignore all the rest of the game. What was the point of them developing that game? Why wouldn't they just make a smaller, cheaper game that does just the narrative? And is it still an Assassin's Creed game? Is it what people want? Do you have to balance all these things? And I can't imagine the amount of brain power that was needed to see all these systems in place and put them together, because they're there for a reason. The consequence is that something's got to give. And in the case of Assassin's Creed Shadows, the momentum of the story and the importance of doing the main missions are diminished. That's the main issue with this game, I think. Otherwise, this game is very good and very fun.
Yeah, I mean, again, overall, great game. It is kind of a weird Assassin's Creed one, since the Assassins and Templar thing doesn't really come into play until, well, near the end of the game.
Yeah, after you do the... So, for me, the way that I play this game, again, because I was distracted and I did all the stuff, I actually did do the Assassins and Templar stuff before I defeated the Shin Bakufu. So I was already aware of all that, and I only had to do like a couple missions after I beat them in order to complete the game.
I was the same way, in all honesty.
So
I had done... I think I had to do one Templar mission, and that was it.
And it made me a little bit upset, because one of the reasons why I was happy to come back to Assassin's Creed was because I did want to see the Assassin's Creed bullshit, but that was very concentrated. There wasn't a whole lot of that throughout the game.
Yeah, I will say I was very happy that there wasn't really a lot of out of animus things, because that's what's always been like a negative to me on Assassin's Creed.
I'd thought about that as well.
Is going back into like, you know, the real world, and it's like, I don't care about the real world. I want this story. Like, I don't care about Desmond and shit like that. Like, I want to see more of, you know, Ezio and
I had some thoughts about
Bayek and things like that. Like,
I think I'm hesitant to, because before I was agreeing with you 100%, but now that I thought about it, now that I played through this game, I'm not going to say I don't care about the Animus stuff, because I realize I do want to see that. I remember playing the first Assassin's Creed, and I liked getting out of the Animus because the mystery of it all, understanding what Abstergo was and where I was and who I was and all that stuff was interesting to me, and I liked that. The problem that I noticed when I reflected back on the few Assassin's Creed games I played is that these writers cannot write teenagers for shit. Those characters made the Animus sections suck. I remember, like, what was it in 3? You had, like, the hacker dude and your dad, and some, like, obvious love interest. Like, they didn't put any thought into those characters. Those characters sucked. They weren't interesting or clever. They weren't. Maybe they tried to be quippy. I can't. It's been like 15 years. I can't remember exactly their dialogue, but they sucked. They did. But I was excited to see the origin of the apple and the lady from the past, future, or whatever. I wanted to see more of that because I'm willing to dive into the narrative they present, because it's sci-fi and I like that well enough. Otherwise, I just play a period game. It doesn't matter. But I'm thinking this game is written in a way where this is a beginning. This is absolutely a beginning. You are not resolved
unless
or
it's just
satisfied.
leading into some DLC or something, but
yeah, by the end of it, you are not resolved to the Assassin's Creed part of things at all. This
although
is purely a story about Yasuke and Naoe.
I am kind of curious because the open world Assassin's games that we've been getting, like the more recent, very different gameplay ones, Origins, Odyssey, Valhalla, and Shadows. 2 of those I know are very specific to, like, Origins and Odyssey give us very specific time periods, as far as, well, do you care about spoilers
No,
for
I
either
haven't
of those?
spoiled on all of them. I'm aware of the stories.
Okay, because I know Origins is the origin of the Assassins, and Odyssey is the origins of the Templars. So it is kind of interesting. I wonder if this is also an origin story that we're just not fully aware of yet, and that they're kind of trying to lead into that and kind of make these games kind of the origins for things like then Mirage to come out and like the more traditional Assassin's Creed games.
Yeah.
And kind of have like a mix of those two styles.
You get very little of the outside of the Animus in this game, to the point where you never see outside of the Animus. You don't even know who your character is, if they're like somebody from one of the previous games, if they're a brand new character, if they're just supposed to be a silhouette to reflect you, the player. Like, we don't know.
I know that happens in Black Flag as well. Because Black Flag, you're just like a dude.
Yeah.
Like just a random person.
So
because Abstergo has made the Animus kind of like mass-produced. So it's like a VR type game. And that's what it kind of seemed like it was in this one. Was that you were just a player in this that someone is trying to contact and give you like knowledge and things like that to maybe start a revolution or something.
In this game, the thematic relevance of the Abstergo stuff, because you only see them like 4, maybe 5 times at the most, is to introduce ego and show that while it is aggressive in its need to control, it actually has a split in it of some sort, and we are part of that split. Beyond that, we don't know if Ego is an AI, if Ego is Abstergo, if Ego is the Animus, if somebody made an alternate Animus.
See, that'd be also kind of interesting if we find out, like through maybe DLC, that this was the origin of Abstergo.
Yeah,
specifically.
But we're given very little. Like it very well could be, but we're this is almost all Naoe and Yasuke focused, which isn't bad.
Yeah,
they are fun characters. They're interesting. They're cool as hell. And they can really go anywhere they want, because I believe Naoe is an original character, and I looked into Yasuke after I beat this game because I didn't want to be spoiled at all. He could have been like burned at a stake in the middle of a castle during a fight or something.
Yeah, no one really knows what happened to him.
He was, the records say he was put on a ship to Europe, and then we never knew exactly what happened. Maybe he died on the ship because white people be doing that kind of shit to black people with power. Maybe he went to Europe and started a family. Maybe he eventually escaped and made it to Africa and lived in obscurity, just being with his family in his homeland. Because he did talk about in this game, you know, remembering where he was from, and there were all kinds of people like him. Maybe he made it back. Or maybe because this is an Assassin's Creed game, he started maybe he started an Assassin's Brotherhood, I think they call them here, like somewhere else.
They call them
something.
Brotherhoods.
Yeah, so I mean, they're able to go anywhere they want with these characters. There's a lot that they can do.
Yeah, and that's kind of the fun of it.
And that's the thing. That's what it comes down to, right? Is that I think a lot of the things to not like in this game are related to narrative and plot and pacing, but I think that's a result of this being an open world game. But the fact is, this open world game is very well put together and very fun to be in. So you just gotta take with it what you will.
Yeah.
And I think people
100%.
that criticize open world games usually aren't really thinking about it. They're just like, I want this now. I'm really worried GTA 6 is going to be a lot of people with really high expectations not getting what they want, but we'll see what happens.
I think any game that comes out that late after, like the hype, just like whenever Elder Scrolls 6 comes out, I don't think it's going to live up to the hype people have built up in their heads.
There's no way it can, man. Like, absolutely no way. And I don't trust those dudes, Todd Howard, to put a game together that it was going to be that good. Anyway, that's my Assassin's Creed thoughts. Definitely get it. It's a very fun open world
100%.
game. I'm probably not going to play another open world game for a while. I realize I like narrative focused games, but who knows? Maybe I'll play through all the Assassin's Creed games. I mean, who the fuck knows? I don't know the future.
That'd be a fun thing to do for stream.
Last thing, a little bit of WWE news. I was gonna dive into it a little bit more. There have been some releases of some like fan favorite wrestlers, but I don't have anything to add that hasn't already been said by the internet wrestling community. What I will say is that I'm looking forward to SmackDown on Friday. This Saturday is going to be the Worlds Collide with AAA and Money in the Bank. AAA starts at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, and it will be streamed on YouTube for the WWE YouTube channel, so anybody can watch it. I will probably be asleep, but there is a pre-show to Money in the Bank, so maybe I'll wake up and watch Worlds Collide in the Discord before Money in the Bank, and then catch Money in the Bank live. But we'll see what happens. But otherwise, we've got Parappa the Rapper is the Game Month Club for June.
Yep.
WWE is this Saturday, and I don't think there's going to be another WWE event until July, if I remember correctly. But that's it. Man, that was a lot to go over in this stream. Jesus Christ, what a busy stream.
Did you see? There was a clip that I saw on Twitter with like luchadors and stuff like that, and there was like this little person luchador.
Yeah.
And they propped him up on the edge of the ring, and then like one of the other luchadors just kicks the shit out of him to fling him at the other person.
Yeah, I've seen that before.
I love that shit.
Mexican wrestling,
like that was the ultimate tag team move I've ever seen in my life.
Mexican wrestling is crazy, and also the audience is crazy. I remember when I went to Mexico once with my mom, and she went to a wrestling event, and she was like, she was telling them to take off their pants and to swing their little dick around. She was like saying all kinds of shit to these people. It was outrageous.
That's great.
Yeah, my mom's crazy. But wrestling fans in Mexico are another breed, man. But that'll be it. No stream on Saturday because of wrestling, and then I'll be back on Wednesday. And maybe we'll do more VR. Maybe we'll do something else. But I think that's where we'll end stream. Yeah. Have a good one, everybody. Bye.
Bye, everyone.